Because on this day?
Mm-hmm. In 1973, the very Britishly named Crispin Mills, the guitarist and vocalist for the English psychedelic rock band Kula Shaker, was born.
Doing one of the worst versions of that song.
I 100% disagree with you.
Have you heard? Well, first of all, have you heard the original? Billy Joe Royal.
No, if I have. But
First recorded in 1967.
I like that song very much.
He had a hit with it. You know how many versions have been done of that song and before Kula Shaker?
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5. About 28 versions of that song before Kula Shaker finally got around to it.
That's interesting because this is the one that I enjoy. So I like the way they do it.
Well, you like Deep Purple's version, don't you?
I like the Kula Shaker one better.
Okay. Here's an interesting one, Carrie, if you could find it.
Well, here's Billy Joe Royal.
Okay.
Hush, hush, I thought I heard her calling my name now. Hush,
really different.
Hush,
And then there's Deep Purple, of course,
yeah,
which had the bigger hit.
I like it. Here's an interesting one, Carrie, if you could find it. Well, Jeannie C. Riley did a version of it, but I don't want to hear that. Blue Swede
Well,
did a
let's
version.
see.
It's a combo of Hush, I'm Alive, it says. 1975.
Jump forward. There we go.
Milli Vanilli.
Milli?
Killdozer. Let's see who else that we might know.
There's Milli Vanilli.
Oh, jeez. What a terrible idea.
That's not good. How about Jimmy Somerville? He was, Bronski Beat. He did.
It'll be like that.
Probably. Let's see if you're. I bet you're right.
Oh, it's a quiet one.
Oh, it's the way it starts.
No, this is a minute in. Let me go to the end.
early in the morning.
Yeah, there we go. Jimmy Somerville.
I wanna get something.
He does that very well.
Mm-hmm.
Santo and Johnny. Geez, it just goes on and on.
I'm just going to stand by my original, that I like the Kula Shaker one. And it's
pretty
Crispin's
good.
birthday today. So.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Who's this?
Santo and Johnny.
Oh. Well, they're no Pablo Cruz.
Amen.
Does Pablo Cruz have a version of it?
No,
Find
not
out.
that I see.
Nope.
There's, let's see, anybody else that we would know here? No, not really. Funky Junction? No. I don't know Funky Junction at all, so. No, that's about it, I think.
I got Funky Fella doing Hush. I don't have Funky Junction.
Funky Fella. Huh.
Funky Fella.
Huh?
I don't think this is a remake of Hush.
No.
I don't like that at all.
I kind of do. There are times when I'm in the mood for trip hop.
Now, I don't really know Killdozer. They're referred to here, though, as a noise rock trio. Noise rock. Killdozer.
I cannot find
No
Killdozer's version.
Killdozer.
No.
All right.
I think we've exhausted the Hush
I hope
possibilities.
so. Hush.
Because
Anyway,
we could have also opened with Mandy today.
What?
Because it
You
went to
came in-
#1 on this day in 1970.
you came and you gave without taking?
Yes,
Yeah.
we could have done that.
By the way, Hush, Carrie, was written by Joe South, who
Oh.
had a lot of hit songs himself. No.
Could have done
God. No. Oh, my.
You know, Barry Manilow did not originally do Mandy.
What?
Who did? Didn't he write
Just
it?
a sec. Shh, shh. Oh,
Oh,
Okay, yeah. That's fine.
Down as cold
That's okay. That's fine.
shadows of a man, a face through a window, crying in the night goes in.
it was done by Scott English, whoever that is.
But Barry
before,
wrote it though, right?
I guess. And it was originally titled Brandy, but then they changed it to Mandy.
because Looking Glass already had
Yeah.
the hit with Brandy.
Yeah.
And they didn't want people to think it was a song about alcoholics. Oh, Brandy.
You came and you gave without taking. It kind of makes more sense.
Kinda.
Here you go.
This is the original.
This is
even more
worse.
horrible.
Now listen,
it's
this
more
is-
horrible.
This is Claudio Casanova and his orchestra. There you go.
Can this be our background music today?
Songs for Lovers with Claudio Casanova.
It's the romance of love all the way. 16 great love songs. Naxos Instrumental
What's his
from
name again?
Claudio Casanova and his orchestra.
I just looked it up. Claudio Casanova was Sisma's dad.
There it is. There it
It's
is.
his dad.
Confirmed.
Yeah. Oh my. Well. Everybody okay today? Yeah.
Sure.
Nothing. It's just another day. Another.
I've got my gummy vitamins here. I'm gonna take those in a minute.
Oh, gee, that's fascinating, Gina.
Because she can't take actual human adult vitamins.
Can't swallow them. She has to have children's vitamins. Here
They're
you go,
shaped
honey,
like-
said her
They're
husband.
shaped like little bears.
I bought an impulse buy the other day. I bought some cinnamon bears, and which I love, and they were different. They tasted the same, but they had on little tuxedos. If you looked at them really closely,
They're
they had
formal
little-
cinnamon bears.
Yeah, they had little coats on. Usually, when you buy cinnamon bears, there's
Well, we can't have naked cinnamon bears.
Well, apparently
Put some
not.
clothes on them for the children. Did you read that story? It was Am I the A-hole online. It was
Which one?
about gummy bears. Apparently, I didn't know this. The Haribo gummy bears, the green ones, are strawberry flavored.
Why would that be? That
Yeah,
makes
that
no
doesn't.
sense.
That makes no
It's confusing, right? Okay. Well, apparently, the entire time of this man and woman's relationship, she doesn't like watermelon flavor, and she was under the impression that the green ones were watermelon flavor. So for like 15 years or so,
Yeah.
she's been happy to give him the green ones. And then
Yeah.
she happened to look at the thing and it said strawberry. And she goes, "Have you known all this time?" And he said, "Yes." And
why
so she's like,
divorced?
she's like leaving him, you know,
She's
that?
mad because he didn't tell her
because
that?
if he'll lie about this, he'll lie about anything. Was the ruling. And so
What?
he's like, am I the a-hole?
I don't think he was lying. I think he probably assumed that she was smart enough to have read the label at some time in their relationship.
No, he admitted that he,
Well, he's trying to put
It's-
it over on her.
Well,
Huh?
pulling it
I'm
over
just
on her,
stuck
yeah.
on that they eat enough gummy bears that this was
That this
like
was
an
an issue,
ongoing thing.
That's a lot of gummy bears.
Yeah.
The thing with the cinnamon bears, I bought It's in one of those little square plastic containers, you know. And I thought, well, I'll just eat a few of these. I ate the whole damn thing.
Damn right you did.
There must have been 35 cinnamon bears in there.
Like in how much time?
Oh, you know, over the course of a couple of hours.
Oh.
And
That's easy to do.
Yeah, I would put them away, sort of. I'd say,
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, that's enough. And then a little while later, I go, yeah, you know, I'm going to have some more of those cinnamon
No,
bears.
I'm the same way with like peanut M&Ms. I have to ration them out, otherwise I'll just keep going back.
I tried, and I couldn't. I kept going back. I have no willpower. That's all right. We ought to officially begin the show. We're done farting around here for the time being.
Well, possibly. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
And farts are heavy. That's science. So now we'll take a break here, and then we'll go to your check-ins. Please let us know how you're doing. Are you excited that the liquor store is open today? Because, you know, you went there yesterday and you shook the doors and went, why aren't you open? Or whatever else you want to talk about, give us a call and check in with us. 877-602-9696. That's the number. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to hear from you first thing in the morning. You can also text us 33986 or call us 877-602-9696.
All right, let's get going. Wendy's for breakfast. You've woke up, you realize you're already late for wherever it is you're heading, court or whatever it is. And you're like, I'm going to have to make breakfast, and then I'm going to have to leave the dirty dishes and clean them up when I get home. Don't worry about it. I got a great deal for you. Wendy's drive-through. Now, I've told you about the breakfast sandwiches and how their breakfast sandwiches are superior, and I stand by that. The croissant sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich is my favorite. You can get the breakfast baconator, you can get the honey butter chicken biscuit, and for a limited time, when you buy a breakfast sandwich during breakfast hours at Wendy's, you're going to get whatever beverage you prefer in a Wendy's cup. It's free with any breakfast sandwich. So if you're a coffee person, fresh brewed coffee, free. Coke, Diet Coke, soda, whatever it is, make it a large because it's free when you purchase a breakfast sandwich. And so you need to try it out. Even the Frosty Chinos, those are free as well. So hit the Wendy's drive-thru for breakfast. You're going to get your beverage for free for a limited time. Wendy's.
Sturdy. Spell it with me now. S-T-U-R-D-Y. And now we'll use it in a little bit of dialogue starring as our Utah friends LeVar and LeGrand. The scene takes place in LeGrand's family room as this conversation ensues. Again, the word is sturdy.
A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Well, that does it. Took a lot of work to get the old family room ready for Christmas, but there's still one very important thing I got to do, LeVar, to make sure Christmas goes off without a hitch.
Well, what could you have possibly left out, LeGrand? I mean, the whole room looks like it jumped out of Good Housekeeping's Christmas issue.
Thanks.
I mean, the tree is up and beautifully decorated. There's mistletoe and holly wreaths in all the right places.
Don't stand under that mistletoe.
All right. And the stockings are hung by the chimbley with care.
Yeah.
What possibly could you have left out?
Well, just come on over here by the fireplace, LeVar. Come and take a good look inside the fireplace and tell me what you see.
Looks like an ordinary chimbley to me.
Look at all that soot. If I don't do something about all that soot, Sandy will pass us by this year.
I don't follow what you're saying.
Well, sturdy. The fireplace sturdy. That soot's nearly a half-inch thick.
Well, that's what happens with all the smoke. The chimbley gets sturdy.
Well, you know how particular and health-smart Sandy is.
Yeah.
Sandy won't come down any chimbley sturdy.
Me too. I feel the same way that Santa does.
Huh?
I mean, me neither. I won't calm down a chimbley sturdy neither. That's funny.
You playing Sandy somewhere here in town, LeVar? I can't imagine you as a Santa Claus.
Oh, I'm a great Santa, LeGrand. I got a big bag of goodies, if you know what I mean. A big bag to stuff down the chimbley. But only if it's clean.
I better call someone to come over and clean this year chimbley, or Sandy won't come.
Stop it! You're killing me.
What?
Who are you gonna call? You gonna call one of them doctors that specializes in chimbleys? Maybe he could prescribe a shot of penicillin to clean it out.
No, I'm just gonna call a chimbley sweep. He'll bring a big, long brush and then climb up on top and shove it down the flue.
Well, that sounds painful.
You know, LeVar, sometimes you really puzzle me.
Shove it down the flue.
It's 6:20. Let's get this over with.
I want to thank Metal Slime in the chat room for sending me a link to the Bluebird Candy Company, which is located up in Logan, and they make all kinds of their own candy. So I went to the link, and they don't have cinnamon bears, but they have cinnamon lips.
Ooh. Cinnamon
They're
lips.
like, kiss lips. They're gummy cinnamon lips. So I might order some of those. They're only $3.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. So we'll officially begin the program after Gina tells us who sponsors it, and then we'll go to your check-ins. I'm sure the phones are burning off the hook, right? 877-602-9696. The lines are jammed, aren't they?
People are used to our lines not working, but they work today.
Oh, yeah. So test it out, 877-602-9696. Gina?
It was brought to you by Bill's Cinnamon Lips.
All right. The moon. Well, it's essentially a full moon. It's on the wane, really. Now it's 99.6% of full. It's beautiful in the sky there, though, and it's a wolf moon, they're saying. I don't know exactly what that means, but there you go. But it's on the wane, and we'll head towards it being a new moon on January 31st. But for today, the moon will set at 8:40 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 18th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the morning show that's been warning you for the last 30 years that something like this was bound to happen. It's the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. Something like this was bound to happen. The Lords of Morning Radio. Carrie Jackson, their gummy vitamins.
I ate them already.
Katie for short is in our studio in downtown Salt Lake City as we broadcast from our individual homes. And also helping Katie in the producer's booth, we have Miriam and Cameron Diaz. And now, I should tell you, it's National Winnie the Pooh Day.
Oh.
That means
that we should all run around with just a T-shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's National Peking Duck Day.
Ooh, yum.
I'm not sure I've ever had Peking duck.
Isn't that one of those dishes you have to order 5 days in advance? Isn't that one of those?
Well, not if you live around a around a Chinatown or something. They have it all the time. It's very common. And it's National Thesaurus Day, which made me think. Thesauruses are books where you can look up synonyms for words.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a synonym for thesaurus? I just... That's kind
Who
of
are you,
meta.
Stephen Wright? That sounds like a Stephen Wright joke.
Yeah, it does kind of, doesn't it? Is there a synonym? I was looking to see if there was a synonym for thesaurus.
I guarantee
Could-
you.
I asked myself the other day, is there a synonym for thesaurus?
Which leads to the question, if God could create a thesaurus so heavy that he couldn't lift it,
That's right. That's right.
would there be a synonym for thesaurus inside it?
All right. Check-ins.
I have a
877.
Wolf Moon song.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, because you said it was a wolf moon.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Wolf Moon song.
I like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There you go.
Let's have that be our background music all day.
Let's go to Steve.
Hey, Steve.
is on the phone. Steve.
Hello.
Hey, Steve Areno. How's it going,
Hey,
Steve?
how's
man?
it going?
Steve boy. Hey, how's it going?
Just
Stevie.
don't. Oh, man. I'm sorry, Steve. That's not okay.
What's up, Steve?
You know, I just wanted to remind everybody it's a great day for some loin girding with the state Melchizedek firing up their
Melchizedek.
cauldron of goo to hurl over all of us.
The Melchizedek. That's
good.
that's bordering on
That's so-
sacrilegious,
But
Steve.
that's so inside baseball,
Yeah.
Utah.
That's good. That is good, Steve.
Well, Steve, thanks
We
for
need
that.
you. We need you there, keeping us updated on the slingery. So
Well, we've got the big boy news coming up, and you can be sure that it'll be full of opinioendo. So keep listening,
you.
Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
all right.
See ya.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Melchizedek.
I looked up why they call it the Wolf Moon.
Yeah.
Why is that?
They say it's simply that this is the time of year that wolves are most likely to howl at the moon,
Oh.
and that they actually do. They howl at the moon. They said they used to think wolves were howling from hunger, but now we know that they howl for a bunch of reasons. To communicate with each other, but they actually howl at the moon this time of year.
I don't know where I saw it. I should look it up. And it's sad, but there has been a culling of wolves in this country. They have killed more wolves recently than in any time in our history.
Why do you have to
And
turn
it's-
a
and
silly
it's
thing
because-
into a bummer?
It's because of the Trump administration releasing or loosening restrictions on killing wolves. You ranchers, you want to go out and kill some wolves, have at it. And they don't make it fair. They chase them down on snowmobiles and things
Helicopters.
like that. Yeah. So it's just we were having too much of a good time there.
What a bummer.
Yeah, it's
All right.
a bummer.
Johnny B checking in, intensely listening while sharpening chainsaws. Ron the Carpenter sending a wooden heart to all.
Oh.
Greetings from Rhode Island. Hanging out indoors for the time being since we have some of the highest COVID infection rates in the nation. I'm not joking. So many people I know have been sick
Yep.
with it.
Yeah. We're number 3 on the list, by the way,
Yep.
in the country.
30 gummy bears isn't nothing compared to my chocolate-covered cherries. I was going through a depressed part of my life. I ate 7 boxes in one sitting.
Oh my God! How many
That's
in
a
a
lot.
box? I wonder.
There's, I think,
He's picturing it in his mind. Let's see.
1, 2,
I want to say 8 and 8. I want to say 16.
7 boxes in one.
That was my
I could be
grandmother's
wrong.
favorite. That was my grandmother's favorite candy. Man,
When I was a little kid, I loved them.
you bite into them, and that liquid that's in them kind of
Kind of oozes.
and then the artificial
Cherry.
Well, it's a real cherry, I guess, but it's all sugared and. I don't want one yet.
Crafty Lindsay checking in. How old do you think Winnie the Pooh is? Is he a kid or an old man? He's perpetually a child, sir, I believe.
Yeah, timeless, yeah.
Yes. Metal Shop Mark is tired in Tooele.
I am too.
Chef Roy checking in. Bill has to add Wendover Karen to his celebrity birthdays today. I'm 65.
Oh.
Happy birthday, Karen. And thanks for the newspapers.
And who do we have on the line, Tim? Is it Tim? Rob, sorry.
Hi, Rob.
I knew it was 3 letters. I'm sorry.
Guys, it's close enough.
What's up with you today, Rob?
Oh, well, I'm just on my way to work right now, but I wanted to call in and I guess just make people aware of the organization Be the Match. There's tons of people out there that need blood stem cell donations and bone marrow donations that have blood cancers, and that is a great organization that can help those people find alternative answers. So
my sister did this. She did the Be the Match, and she matched up with some woman that had leukemia.
Oh.
They did a blood transplant, a bone marrow transplant.
Bone marrow transplant.
And saved this woman's life. It's and if she just random stranger, never met before, but they matched. And
I got an email from somebody named Brock about this. He says, I was hoping you could pass along my gratitude for those that donate blood. I have a mild bleeding disorder, and I was in an accident this past May. I had some pretty severe internal bleeding, and my blood counts were low. I was fortunate enough to receive a blood transfusion. With the ongoing blood crisis, I've heard stories of people who have not been so fortunate as I was. I'm thankful to whoever donated the blood I received. Thanks to them, that they ensured that I can be around for my wife and 2 daughters. I wish I could meet this person and let them know how grateful I am. So what's the organization called again, Rob?
So it's called Be the Match, and to join the registry, all you need is a simple cheek swab. You sign up at bethematch.org. They'll send you a cheek swab, and you send it back, and you're on the registry. So I was lucky enough to donate to someone, some random person, and it's a great experience. They take care of you, and you get to potentially save someone's life. So it's a great organization.
Thanks
a lot, Rob.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it. Traffic, Gina, please.
just a weird side note: the woman that my sister donated the bone marrow to, her husband's name was Wolf. Just to bring this all, just to bring this all
and he was so happy he howled at the moon.
Isn't that weird? You know what else is weird is just don't go on Bangor Highway because it's closed. Both eastbound and westbound over I-15. All drivers heading east on Bangor will be forced to go south on I-15. Delays are starting to form eastbound Bangor. This is due to a vehicle fire. Apparently, this car caught fire and drove all over the road and crashed, and it's a mess. And they say it's going to be closed for quite some time, a couple of hours probably. But pretty nasty accident, but that's the only thing being reported right now. Unless you have something to report, you can text it to us. 33986 is where you do that.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with full strength big boy news and opinioendo after these. Stand by, X96.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes. I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fry's. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's Ray Kroc.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
All right. 6:36 right now. Time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, Full Strength. Brought to you by...
Start the new year by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
Well, let's start with something pleasant, shall we? Or something that doesn't have a great deal of import, if you will.
All right.
This is a prediction being made about movies that could make millions of dollars in 2022. They're predicting that these movies will be blockbusters. Potentially they will be blockbusters and make tons of money. And the release dates for them: February 11th, Death on the Nile. Now, that movie has been done before, but it's a remake with Kenneth Branagh and Armie Hammer. I think he plays a cannibal in that.
Oh, good.
Gal Gadot, Tom Bateman, Annette Bening. So So a good cast, and they're saying, we think this movie might make a lot of money.
I
when
think
it's
it'll
released.
do okay.
Something called Uncharted, February 18th.
Yeah, that's based on a video game. Tom Holland and say hi to your mother for me. Is in it.
Marky Mark.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
Marky Mark. And then in March, The Batman, Robert Pattinson coming out.
Going to be huge.
This sounds pretty interesting to me, although it's, just a direct ripoff from Romancing the Stone, The Lost City, with Sandra Bullock playing a romance novelist. And
That is Romancing
and
the Stone.
she hooks up with a jungle-based adventurer, Channing Tatum. So, it's the same movie,
It's Romancing
essentially.
the Stone.
Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore.
All you have to do is have Dumbledore in the title, and people will line up. Yeah.
Top Gun Maverick, finally. in May.
Finally, I'll be flying to Florida in May so I can see it with Festus.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I like the title.
Yes.
They say that will probably make a lot of money. Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh yeah.
Those always do,
automatically.
yeah.
And Lightyear. Yes, it's a Buzz Lightyear movie. Pixar.
This is a Buzz Lightyear movie based on the idea that the action figure was based on a guy.
Yeah.
So this is the story of that guy.
Minions, The Rise of Gru. I don't understand those Minions movies. They're stupid. Thor, Love and Thunder. I didn't know there was another Thor movie coming.
Yes, Taika Waititi wrote and directed, and this introduces Jane Foster as Thor.
In September, Mission Impossible 7. Then Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse in October. The
Animated.
Flash in November.
Flash live-action DC movie.
Yeah,
Just
Black-
to go back to Thor, Natalie Portman is Thor? Is it her? Is she? Okay.
Sure,
She
why
will
not?
be Thor.
Black Panther, Wakanda Forever in November. Avatar finally, and that's Avatar 2 in December. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, really? That's going to make a lot of money? Probably.
The first one did
December.
really well, even though it was not a good movie, but it did really well.
Yeah, so there you go. Something just sort of, just something to ponder and mindless entertainment. And now, set your mind to this. An asteroid classified by NASA as a near-Earth object is going to make its closest approach to our planet for the next 200 years today. Some people are saying that closest approach is too close, it's going to hit us. This is a massive asteroid known as 7482. It's set to fly by the planet at 1:51 Pacific time today, so that would be 2:51 our time, traveling at the speed of about 43,754 miles per hour. Near-Earth asteroid. It's very well known. It's been studied for decades. People have known it was coming by the planetary defense experts. The space agency tweeted last week, rest assured, they say, it will safely fly by our planet 1.2 million miles away. But in astronomical terms, 1.2 million miles is pretty damn close to the Earth. They say that people will be able to see it with just a simple telescope, a cheap telescope.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
What time is it visible?
It says 1:51 p.m. PT, which I believe is Pacific time.
Pacific time, yeah.
So that would be 2:51 p.m. our time. So there you go. And it says NASA has an Eyes on Asteroid website. They're currently tracking the object. That website is, I don't know exactly. Just look for the NASA Eyes on Asteroid. Just Google that, you'll find it. If you have a telescope, you'll be able to observe it with a small telescope. If you don't have a telescope, you can watch it on the Virtual Telescope Project's live stream, which will begin its feed starting at noon.
Don't look up.
Virtual Telescope. The Virtual Telescope. And, and look up.
Don't look up.
Oh, don't look up.
It's fake. It's not real.
Well, the Utah State Legislature is meeting, and they're they're going to do a number of things, but they're apparently not prioritizing COVID.
Of course
Well,
not.
it's
Why
fine.
would they?
They already did the end game. We're good.
They're going to kick off the general session. Leaders at the helm of the Republican-controlled legislature have big budget items like water, transportation, housing, education, along with a special focus on how to cut taxes, because that's what they do every damn year is, well, let's see how we can cut taxes so that we don't have... well, I don't want to get into it. But what's notably absent is their priority list is any action to limit COVID-19's spread, even as Utah sees a crashing surge in cases that's increasingly overwhelming hospitals and now maxing out the state's ability to even test for COVID.
If you doubted that this has been politicized, here's your evidence. The fact that they're not addressing it because it's politically advantageous to pretend like it's not going on.
And Utah now has the third highest average daily coronavirus case rate in the country, with the Omicron variant pushing infection numbers to their highest point in Utah in the pandemic. The flood of cases has overwhelmed our testing system, and Utah leaders have suspended the test to stay program at public schools, and for the same reason, Governor Cox's administration is now asking people not to seek testing if they have COVID-19 symptoms. Just stay home, okay?
Slow the testing down, please.
Health officials say for now an apparent plateau in new infections would likely signify a shortage of tests in Utah rather than a slowdown of the disease spread. Now, the Utah legislature, maybe it's not fair to say they're doing nothing about coronavirus. They're going to establish a fist bump zone.
Pardon me?
Lawmakers had hoped by this time the pandemic would be behind us, but with COVID-19 cases at the high, legislative leaders have put in place some measures to keep the legislative session going. House Speaker
They haven't put in the measure that they have to wear masks. They haven't done that.
No, but Gina, here's what they have done. House Speaker Brad Wilson of Kaysville, who famously banned handshakes in the Utah State Capitol during the early days of the pandemic. Famously, it says here. It's famous for that. I don't know that.
I never heard that.
He's now declared that the House of Representatives is a fist bump zone. And signs have been put up in the House chamber declaring this is a fist bump only zone.
Okay, someone needs to take a magic marker and write Obama terrorist fist bump zone.
It also cuts germs in a building where tourists and school trips are abundant. The public will be welcome once again in the House and Senate galleries. I'd advise you not to go.
Yeah.
But floor access may be restricted. Governor Cox has bucked the Salt Lake County Council and exempted state-run facilities from its mask mandate. As a result, the Utah House of Representatives said masks are not required, but certainly welcome.
This is a virus that's spread in the air.
Yes.
Airborne.
Fist bump zone.
Yeah.
Fist bump zone.
I'm so tired.
They have signs that have two fists bumping together on them in case you can't read.
I remember when that was the Obama terrorist fist bump on Fox News, okay?
A man was allegedly threatening and chasing people with a machete in Weber County on Saturday. Greg Morris was arrested and faces charges of aggravated assault with a machete. In the parking lot of the Walmart there on Wall Avenue, the victim told police that he had parked next to a vehicle which was occupied by Mr. Morris's fiancée and Mr. Morris's child. The women yelled something at him, but he couldn't make out what she was upset about, according to arrest documents. Then Mr. Morris approached this guy with a machete. He's out of his car, and he's coming up to this other guy's car with a machete, and a big one. Now, the victim was able to back up, and drive away. Walmart camera evidence shows exactly what the victim describes. A man matching Morris's description waving a machete around at staff at a Popeyes on Wall Avenue. A few hours later, Mr. Morris was apparently arguing with folks at a drive-through speaker they believed he was being rude. Well, he was not going to stand for that, so he got out of his car at the Popeyes. This is after the Walmart incident. Got out of the car with his machete, a Popeyes employee noticed Mr. Morris come to the front door, brandishing the huge machete, and so they locked the door so he couldn't get in. Finally, cops were able to locate Mr. Morris. He denied threatening anybody. He said he was only going to Popeyes to get lunch, but the door was locked, so he left.
With a machete.
Why do you
He
have
didn't
the
mention
machete?
that. He also mentioned. He also denied being at Walmart, but then later claimed, "Well, a vehicle in the parking lot nearly hit my fiance and my child." What about the machete? Well, he didn't say anything about that. Well, I mean, and why would you?
It's my emotional support machete. I have to take it with me
there you go.
everywhere I
I
go.
love that. I love that.
The 10 richest people in the world. 10 richest people in the world. They're all white males.
Surprise.
Have more than doubled their wealth during the ongoing COVID-19 crisis.
Surprise number 2.
You're adding to the conspiracy, by the way, because
the
people
world's-
say, see?
Yeah. Right. The world's richest have only gotten richer while tens of millions of people have plunged into poverty. This is according to a report released by Oxfam detailing how the wealth of billionaires increased more than ever over the past 2 years. But you know what? Every year you could make the same report. The rich have gotten richer and the poor have gotten poorer.
That's true, but this is significantly increased. It's because of the Trump tax cuts.
Over 160 million people have been pushed into poverty during this past year. Let's see. California City is overrun by crows. Well, it's gotten bad. The
Really
downtown, the downtown of Sunnyvale, California. They've got the coronavirus going on now. Crows everywhere. More crows than they've ever seen, and they don't know exactly what to do about it. City authorities have struggled to get rid of the birds for the last 5 years, but the situation became dire during the pandemic. The crow population mushroomed. The streets are basically riddled with crow poo in downtown.
Have they tried
Sunnyvale.
scarecrows? It's right in the
Yes.
name.
Yeah, they actually have.
Then let me help. All right, here you go. Another $1 million idea for you, Sunnyvale, California. Don't call them crows, call them ravens. And then you advertise on Game of Thrones Facebook pages that we have all the ravens. Here, come and get your picture taken with a raven.
Well, that'll just draw. That's not going to get rid of them.
No,
It
but
won't get rid of them.
dollars.
Tourist dollars.
What they're going to do actually is they have a laser beam that won't hurt them, but they think that it may scare them away, so they're going to try that. And finally, this story: Chuck McGinley is a chemical engineer. And he stepped out of his car and eyed the smokestack of an animal processing plant rising above the treetops. Now, if you've ever been around an animal an animal processing plant, it's where they render dead animals.
Ugh.
He inhaled deeply and he went, "Oh my God." The wind picked up and he said, "We have that oh my God smell." Mr. McGinley grabbed a Nasal Ranger. It's a 14-inch long, and it looks really funny. I don't know if we have a picture of it. It's a 14-inch long smell measuring device, which looks like a cross between a radar gun and a bugle, but it's designed to fit over your nose. Apparently it works. Mr. McGinley says that the nasal gun, the smell measurer, then they can tell you how bad, and there's a way of quantifying smells, how bad they might be, from landfills and sewage treatment plants and things like that. Mr. McGinley, there is a growing demand for his services, and his instruments signal society's heightened awareness of the power of odor and its potential to make people physically ill or diminish their quality of life. So he's going around helping people with his smellometer.
But why do you need a smell? If it smells bad, don't you just smell that with your regular nose?
Well, no, so that you can quantify it. It has like little meter in it, and it'll tell you it's this number on the bad smell scale. So, you can say, oh, yeah, well, this rendering plant is horrible. Well, this landfill is just, it's not that bad. Get used to it.
Get used to it. Suck it up.
All right, that's the news.
Sports weather traffic.
The 2022 Beijing Olympic Games are coming up in less than a month, but with the recent COVID-19 surge of Omicron cases, many have wondered about safety protocols that are being put in place. Well, a big one is just announced. Due to, quote, grave and complicated situation of COVID-19 and to ensure the safety of all participants and spectators, no public tickets will be sold at all.
That's outrageous.
To the Beijing Olympics. Instead, groups of spectators will be specifically invited to various events. So these are seat fillers. These are
well, they're sponsors. You know, and
some of
they're,
that. Yeah,
they're people. Yeah.
Opening ceremony set for Friday, February 7th. Games will commence on February 20th. They have also implemented mandatory COVID-19 tests to be taken by travelers right before they enter the city. All of the athletes have to test before and after every single interaction they have. They're taking it very seriously.
Good luck.
The Utah Jazz, not so good last night. They lost to the Lakers last night, and
have we got our good player back?
Yeah, I mean we have lots of good players, but they lost a lot when Rudy Gobert was out.
Rudy,
they lost anyway last night. They play next. Let's see, tomorrow 7 p.m. against the Houston Rockets, and NFL last night. The Los Angeles Rams beat the Arizona Cardinals 34-11. Let's see, weather. Gosh, it's just not good.
That air was so chewy yesterday. I stepped out on the porch to get a package, and it's just, it just hit me right in the face and then right in the lungs. And
they're saying by Thursday. Right now it's dangerous for sensitive populations, but by Thursday they say pretty much everybody should stay out.
If you have to go out, this is yet another reason to wear your mask.
Wear your mask.
Because that mask helps filter out those particles.
And there's that website called Purple Air, which is actually a really easy to read website about where you are, where you live or work, or there's little color coded. Oh, the air's really bad here and pretty good here, and it's a good thing to check out.
What's it called again?
Purple Air.
Purple Air.
Maybe a chance of some storms Thursday night into Friday, but not great. And there's that. Traffic, we've got Bangor Highway closed, both eastbound and westbound over I-15. All drivers heading east on Bangor will be forced to go south on I-15. The delays are starting to form eastbound on Bangor, and it's probably going to be closed for a couple of hours. This is due to an earlier vehicle fire. We also have a crash southbound I-15 just before 45th South in Murray, blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder. And let's see, friends of the program send in traffic. We appreciate it when you do that. Accident involving 3 cars needing towing away from 72nd South, just off the I-15 freeway. Lots of you encountering that Bangor Highway issue. Just avoid it. It's closed. And this from another friend of the program, Frozen Mattress, checking in from the parking lot at work. Thank you for sending that in at 33986.
All right, we will take a break. Right after these messages, your first code word, secret word, keyword in the $1,000 a day giveaway. You may have seen our billboards about this. Katie did this morning. And I guess there's a TV commercial, too, apparently. So be listening. Your first word, your first entry into winning the $1,000 that we're giving away today. $1,000 a day. And we give you 6 chances to enter to win. That increases your odds 6 more than most people, because most people only enter once. So if you, we're bribing you to listen to the station longer than you ordinarily would. That's what it's all about. And we'll have your first word coming up after these. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
Locally owned and operated, and they're just the folks that if you go to a Big O tire store, like I go to the one on Second East and South Temple. You get to know them, and you walk in, and they go, "Hey, how you doing, Bill? What car did you bring in? What do you need?" And sometimes I just need, I need some new windshield wipers. But a lot of times I've got Big O tires, the Big O brand tires on both of my cars. So just get to know them, look them up, and it's a really good thing to do.
They've got a sale going on now. You can save $100 instantly on select sets of 4 tires from Hankook, Toyo, Continental, Nitto, General, Pirelli, Goodyear, and Nexen, and that goes on through January 30th.
Big O Tires knows that that can be an unexpected expense, so they have no credit needed financing. Find a store near you, bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
We have late-breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello?
Good morning, good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
before,
though.
But are you an aunt
a new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned-up shoes?
No, but actually there is a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
Is it the rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, nice, soothing labor and delivery music. And all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here, and it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, "Don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hogle Zoo."
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7".
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
And you can braid her hair.
So not that huge.
But a lot of hair though.
Huh.
But tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
The baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a peep,
yes.
right?
Her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
That's good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, Alta.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something.
And here it is, your first keyword of the 1K a day cash bribe for today. We'll do a keyword now, then at 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 on the odds. You don't have to collect them all, but why wouldn't you? Because each keyword is an entry into the contest to win $1,000. Makes sense to me. Here's your first chance. Your keyword for the 7 o'clock hour is most. Most. M-O-S-T, as in Donnie Most, who was
What?
Ralph Malph on Happy Days. Most.
Now you've confused people.
No, it's just text the word most. M-O-S-T to 33986.
All right.
I was reading the New York Times sometime last week, and I was reading this column. It's like an advice column in the Times.
Okay.
And I read this, so people write in and ask this person for advice on various things that are troubling them. And I read this one and I thought, I wonder what Gina would say about this question.
Okay.
And here's the person writing in, okay? Says, my 30-year-old daughter is in a polyamorous relationship with a married man. She brought him home for the holidays, and while he was charming, I felt uncomfortable. This may have been triggered by my husband's infidelity that led to our divorce. But now, my daughter tells me that she would like to bring this man on our family trip to Greece this year. Now, it may be petty, but I don't want to foot the bill for another woman's husband. And I don't see any way this relationship can lead to my daughter's happiness. Should I lay out my boundaries and risk my daughter not joining me on vacation? What do you say, Gina? Should I lay out my boundaries and say to my daughter, no, he can't come. He's a married man. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to pay for him. I think it's not going to make you happy in the long run to stay with him.
Okay, the part about it's not going to make you happy in the long run to stay with him, as much as you feel that way, she's an adult and going to do what she wants to do. But I think if you're paying for it, you have a right to say who you're willing to pay for and who you're not willing to pay for. 100%, I think so.
What do you think, Carrie?
Well, I mean, if this trip was already planned without him, and now suddenly it is with him, then yeah, it's incumbent upon the daughter to pay for her boyfriend.
The married man.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the rest of it, I'm not going to,
And are they all staying, like, in a house together? Or
well, it doesn't say. But, probably.
Here's the thing that Mom needs to realize, that now that the boyfriend is coming, Mom's not going to see the daughter much on the trip.
That's a point.
They're going to be spending all their time together. So,
I think the wallet gets to make the decision.
Well, you want to hear what the advice columnist answers?
Sure.
I think it's a he. I may be off base, but I don't think the real issue here is the cost of a trip to Greece or your ex-husband's infidelity. This is about respecting your adult daughter's choices. You have substituted your idea of happiness for hers. This is a common and often well-intentioned trap for many parents. It's not productive, though. Let's put aside the trip to Greece and the specter of your cheating ex. Unlike him, people in polyamorous arrangements usually set ground rules with their partners for opening their relationship to others. No one is cheating. Try to understand as best you can what your daughter likes about this arrangement and how it satisfies her. As a show of respect, read up on polyamory before you broach the subject with her. Then ask questions. I'm not suggesting that you set aside all of your concerns, only that you try to respect your adult daughter's decisions. In a more open-minded context, you might find that the trip to Greece resolves itself.
I mean, I think that whether she agrees with the relationship or not is a separate thing from, do you want to go on vacation with somebody?
I don't think that is a separate thing. That's not a separate thing. The reason I don't want him to go on vacation is not a separate thing. The reason I don't want him to go to Scotland with us,
Greece.
to Greece with us, is because he is a married man, and I don't agree with this relationship. And I, as the payer of the, I have a right to set that boundary.
Sure. I think that I agree with that.
And so that
I think
it's
that's
not a
separate
issue.
from telling. I don't think that's separate from telling your daughter that you think it's wrong. And if she's an adult, that's a separate thing. If that's the relationship she wants to be in.
But you don't have to tell her that. She knows that when you say, I don't agree with this. I'm not paying for him to go to Greece.
Well, I mean, that can be couched as a separate issue altogether. You know, hey, whether he comes or doesn't come, I don't care. But the fact is, we planned this trip before we knew that he was coming.
Yeah.
There is a budget. I don't got the budget. You're going to, if he wants to come, great, but he's got to pay his own way.
Yeah.
I was just, I would say even that, if you don't like this relationship, if you don't think that polyamory is great, then I would say you have the right to say, I don't want him along no matter how he comes. And then your daughter might probably say, well, I'm not going either. And I say, well, that's your decision. I'll go by myself.
More latkes for me?
I was kind of surprised by this advice columnist's answer. I thought it was way too... Now, I'm a permissive liberal person, but I also have the tendency to respect people who differ, in opinion.
But I think when money's involved, I think that's a different level of things. I don't think you should tell your kids who to date or who to love or who to live with or any of that.
No,
but
if he comes along on the trip, great, whatever, have a good time. I doubt I'll see you much, but here's the thing, here's the budget, and I didn't know he was coming. So if he wants to come, great. He's got to pay his own way.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say
I'm not about to tell you about your relationship, but this is different.
thing,
This is completely different.
You can stay in a relationship with him. That's your business.
Sure.
I don't want to pay for him to come, and I don't want him to come.
And chances are he wouldn't if he has to pay his own way. Because you know why? You know why? His wife will see the money being spent, and this polyamorous relationship will be exposed as,
wait a minute. It's just too fraught. I don't really understand why. Frankly, so maybe this is my blind spot. This is my blind spot. I don't understand why people get into polyamorous relationships. They are too fraught with problems.
That's a whole other separate issue. That's a whole other separate issue.
From what?
I don't think adult parents should tell their kids who to date or who to be in a relationship with.
I don't either. Well, I don't know, Gina. Come on. If your son or daughter was dating someone who was a known abuser or who was a known criminal, I guarantee you would tell. And I'll bet you anything, if your daughter decided she was going to get into a polyamorous relationship, you would sit her down and say, listen, I don't think you ought to be doing this, and you tell me that you wouldn't. You would, and you know it. Because your mother would make you, for one thing.
I don't know about the polyamorous thing, but when you bring up a known abuser or those are if it's a matter of her safety or I would say something.
But how about her emotional safety? I think if it was just this same situation, if your daughter was in a polyamorous relationship with a married man, you would say, I'm going to tell you this is not going to be good. Don't do it. You would. Yes, you would.
Luckily, I don't have to ever worry about these things.
This is never an issue.
What if you had a daughter, Carrie?
I can't even imagine.
You can't imagine. I know.
I can't even imagine. Yeah. I'd probably, here, date who you want. I'm concerned, but date who you want.
Yeah. I have enough real things that are happening now that I'm worried about. I don't need to worry about hypothetical situations.
Yeah. Hey, Gina, hypothetical situations become reality.
I mean,
just wait.
When I think about it, with my first marriage, both my best man and my dad asked me the same question.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you want to do this?
I
And
asked
I was too-
myself that on my first marriage.
And I was too blinded by a pretty redhead to, figure it out.
But that's the thing is there's nothing they could have said that would have made you change your mind, though, right?
I don't know.
Could anyone have talked you out of that relationship, really?
I
You
think
were
if my
gonna
best if my best man would have tried a little harder. I mean,
Yeah.
he just went with the you don't have to do this. If he'd have pushed it a little bit further, and told me some things that I didn't know at the time, I might have went, "Oh, really?" And I would have thought about it.
Well, it's I don't. I was surprised by the advice column. This answer,
Mhm.
I thought for sure they'd say, "Yeah, you have every right to say don't bring him along and do that. Go ahead."
Right.
But there you go.
Traffic.
Well, you have every right to not drive on Bangor Highway this morning. Not every right. You just should avoid it because it's.
I know you care about this Bangor Highway. You do what you want with it. I'm just telling you.
All traffic is forced to go I-15 southbound. Traffic is back to 600 west. That's due to an earlier vehicle fire that has just shut it all down and probably will be for a while now. Crash southbound I-15 just before 45th South in Murray, blocking HOV lane and left shoulder. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us 33986 and let us know.
All right.
Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will consider. Boner candidate number 1. Look, I'm going to put him in the Boner Hall of Fame, so that's something. It says here the Bone Hall of Fame. I think that I left the R off, and that's probably the way it is online, too. Boner candidate number 2, I include this boner candidate because, like Kerry Jackson, he's a Salem man. And boner candidate number 3, you got to admit, she's going to get a lot of hits.
All right, Boners round 1, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up after the standby. ranlife.com/X96.
Yeah, please go to that website. There you will find a form, and it's just an information form. It's not obligating you to anything, not obligating you to get a mortgage with Rand Life or refinance or anything. Just fill it out. It's information, and you will automatically become a Rand Life customer for life, which is a privilege that they have reserved for returning customers. But because X96 has had a long relationship with Rand Life, they're now extending that to our listeners. So go to ranlife.com/X96, and you'll see the information there. Being a customer for life with Rand Life, well, I'm one. I've dealt with them on refinanced a mortgage a couple of times. But being a customer for life gets you discounts, and you can save a lot of money if you decide to go with Rand Life. So go to ranlife.com/X96.
Senior. Spell it with me now. SENIOR. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our 2 Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while head to the class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand. You remember? Me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building. We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. Now, I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on head of the class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She's probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar. You care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer.
We can do this in 50 minutes.
Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this.
Uh, 7:20 right now, and as you know, occasionally when I get emotionally overwhelmed, I look for animal videos to calm me down. And I've just retweeted what could be probably one of the greatest, outside of baby goats in pajamas. This is 2 minutes of an orangutan driving a golf cart.
Wow.
And doing it really well. I mean, he's staying on the roads.
He looks
and
like people.
Well, he does. He's got his
He
arm
looks
up
like
here.
people.
He's doing the whole, driving past tiger cages and it's just 2 minutes of him quietly driving.
Yeah. He's a big fat guy, isn't he?
He's just having a great time.
That was helpful, Carrie. Thank you for that.
So anytime, if today gets overwhelming, just
Okay.
take 2 minutes of Zen there and watch the orangutan.
You know the only thing that could make it better is if he had a big fat cigar, in his mouth.
I know.
Just between his teeth.
All right.
He's having fun.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
Well, let's all just watch this instead of doing the news.
I know, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it comforting?
Yeah. Well,
Kind of puts you in a nice place.
What a nice. I guess it's a guy. I don't know.
Like I said, that's 2 minutes. 2 minutes of calming that you'll have for you. All right. Let's get to round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. We'll explain that later. Just know that this is not Boner of the Day. This is round 1, and we're sending this candidate forward to possibly become Boner of the Day. So choose wisely. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know what would be even better than a cigar, Bill, is if he were wearing a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Yeah.
If he was wearing one of those.
Yeah, the orangutan, yeah. All right, here's boner candidate number 1. I'm just going to put him in the Boner Hall of Fame, so that is something. And by putting him in the Boner Hall of Fame, that means I will never nominate this person for a boner candidate again.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Never say no.
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Ted Nugent has opened up once more about his snub from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In a new interview with the Real Music Observer, which you can see online, the controversial rocker said it was ridiculous that he didn't qualify for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He went on to double down on his comments about which artists he felt should and shouldn't be inducted, Last month, he called out organizers for inducting the likes of Grandmaster Flash, Madonna, ABBA, and more. Nugent said, quote, "When I criticize the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, let's take me out of the equation. Let's say I don't qualify," which is ridiculous, but let's pretend I don't qualify. So why ABBA does before Styx? Why Patti Smith before Triumph? Why Grandmaster Flash or Jay-Z at all? I mean, to think that they would qualify before the artists I just mentioned, and myself included, it's just dishonest and literally disrespectful to the gods of this music. Chuck Berry, Bo Diddley, and all the gods that created this incredible soundtrack. But I don't take it personally. Sounds to me like you do, Ted.
Yeah.
I don't take it personally because I don't need it. And quite honestly, the authenticity of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has been so tainted by the inclusion of not just non-rockers, but anti-rockers. Madonna? Really? I find it offensive on that level, he said. He goes on and on and on, which makes it pretty clear he's very, very upset that he has not been included.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last time I nominate him. He's not worth it. I'm going to put him in the Boner Hall of Fame. Ted Nugent, Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2, and it's called I include this Boner candidate because, like Kerry Jackson, he's a Salem man.
Mm-hmm.
Police said that a man was hospitalized after running from deputies, removing his clothing, and running into a river, suffering from severe hypothermia. They said an initial report came in around 2:45 p.m. of a man speeding and passing vehicles illegally in Hobble Creek Canyon, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Gary.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The driver in a black sedan passed a deputy at a high rate of speed, and as the pursuit began, officials said the chase was called off once speeds reached 70 miles an hour. Deputies waited at the mouth of the canyon for the car, where they expected him to emerge, but before heading up the canyon to search for the suspect. So they didn't go up the canyon. I guess does it dead end up there somewhere, the Hobble Creek Canyon?
There are several roads up Hobble Creek that would dead end.
Because they were expecting him to come back down the canyon, but he didn't, so they went up looking for him. The 43-year-old Salem man had crashed his car into a snowbank near a Forest Service gate 9 miles up Hobble Creek, and then he fled from a deputy who tried to stop him. He fled on foot. 5 deputies tracked him down in the snow. They said they found him without his clothes on in a stream where he had broken through the ice. They found him 2 hours later, naked in the stream.
It's amazing he was alive.
I've been following the Salem Community Notes Facebook page. I've been a member for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep an eye on that so we can find out who this person is.
I include this Boner candidate because, like Kerry Jackson, he's a Salem man. That's Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Well, you got to admit she's going to get a lot of hits.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Hasta Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Johnny Cougar. John Cougar Mellencamp. John Mellencamp. Says he's pleased with the effect that smoking has had on his voice.
Kids, if you want to be a good rock singer, you got to smoke. That's what I'm getting from this.
So I don't remember who it was. Somebody famous said one time, I wish I had 2 mouths so I could smoke with the other one too.
Johnny Depp, I want to say.
I think it was Johnny Depp, yeah. And then there's a famous female German singer who came to America, and some people will know who I'm talking about. Her name is Lotte Lenya. Mm-hmm. She's mentioned in Mac the Knife by Bobby Darin. Miss Lotte. So she had a really raspy voice when she sang. And I saw her on a talk show years and years ago when I was a little kid, and I don't know who it was, Merv Griffin or somebody said, Ms. Lenya, your voice is so gravelly. What do you attribute that to? And she held up a package of Lucky Strikes, unfiltered Luckies. Said,
there you go.
Here you go. But now John says he, on his new album, Strictly a One-Eyed Jack, he picked out a song called Gone So Soon, and he said, listen to my voice, compare it to my voice years ago. I like it better, and it's the cigarettes that did it.
Cherry Bomb.
Very good.
Great song. Let's see. And Carrie, Yellow Jackets.
Yes.
Season 2.
Yes.
They are having a season 2, and it will happen sooner than you think. We've gotten to this point in TV watching these days where, they say, well, another season is coming, and then it'll go months and years, and it's like, wait a minute. I mean, how long have we been waiting for another season of Peaky Blinders or, or The Mindhunter or whatever it is? Anyway, a Showtime executive says that Yellow Jackets has been renewed and it will probably return before the end of this year. So, so that I
think it's a combination of a couple of things. One is that there's not a big special effects budget on this show. It's pretty much just live action. There's the occasional special effects thing that needs to happen. Also, you've got a cast that is going to start aging, because it's a separate timeline show where it's these
younger
versions of the actresses that are so you got two timelines going. So if you want to get these younger people, because they're trapped in the forest and for 18 months, that's the plot.
Would you agree with me? Of all those actors, there are only 2 of the younger ones who really look like the older ones.
Well,
Christina Ricci really looks like the young Christina Ricci really looks like Christina Ricci, and then the one who plays the black woman, the politician, that the young actress playing her looks. But the
pregnant one looks just like the older actress.
Well, I guess she's pretty
Shauna,
close.
Yeah,
but the Natalie. What's her name? Juliette Lewis, the one playing her. She doesn't look anything like Juliette Lewis. And who would want to?
But acts like her. So it's convincing enough.
Yeah. Let's see. Royal Caribbean International and Celebrity Cruises have canceled several trips as the Omicron variant continues to wreak havoc with the cruise industry. My son is still planning on going on a cruise next month. In recent weeks, hundreds of passengers have contracted the coronavirus on board ships, many falling ill and spending days in quarantine. On Friday, Royal Caribbean canceled a sailing on the ship Independence of the Seas in response to COVID-related circumstances around the world. The company said this month that it had called off planned trips on 3 ships, Serenade of the Seas, Symphony of the Seas, and Jewel of the Seas, and delayed the return to cruising of another, Vision of the Seas, in March. And then I read about one cruise ship. I think it was a Norwegian cruise line. They went out there. They were at sea, and they were supposed to make like 6 or 7 stops. I forget where it was, the Caribbean or whatever. And then they came on the the loudspeakers and stuff, and they said, "Listen, because of coronavirus, we're not going to be able to stop here and here." And everybody went, oh, well, okay. And then a little while later, a few hours later, they said, and by the way, we can't stop here and here and here. And as it turned out, they're not stopping at any of them.
It's a boat ride.
They're
signed
just
up
having
for a boat ride.
Yeah, they're having a boat ride, and people are pretty pissed about that.
I don't know who's going on a cruise now. Why you should be surprised that this happens.
My son is. There's a man in Thailand, and he put out an ad on social media that he said, "I am looking for infected people only to be my escort. Work starts at 10 p.m." And then there's a photo of the text written not by the man but someone representing him. The post goes on to specify that the client's goal is to be infected with coronavirus. So he's looking for someone to date him who has coronavirus. It makes no sense at all. Lawmakers here in Utah, the first day of the session starts today, and they're going to, they say they're going to develop a diversity and inclusion curriculum for Utah classrooms. Quote, "I'm really excited. I think this is the perfect day," Martin Luther King Day yesterday, "to make this announcement," said Representative Sandra Hollins, Democrat of Salt Lake. Representative Hollins is one of the 4 co-chairs of the bipartisan Utah Diversity and Inclusion Commission. Senator Luz Escamilla, Kirk Cullimore, who's a Republican, Schultz, a Republican, are the other co-chairs. The commission was formed in response to several high-profile incidents of racism and intolerance in the state, including the death of Izzy Tischner, I guess it is, the 10-year-old Davis County girl who was bullied and died by suicide in 2021. So the governor and the legislature, they said, we've got to do something about this, so they formed this commission to create an environment where every student feels safe, welcome, respected, while also representing a variety of perspectives. There's a bill being introduced in the legislature that would make all of public transit in Utah free, which I've said for many years it should be.
I love this idea, which is why it will never happen.
Representative Joel Briscoe, Democrat, Salt Lake, filed House Bill 164, which would block public transit districts in the state from charging a fare to passengers. Briscoe said it's an extension of an earlier piece of legislation he passed that subsidizes transit fares on days when Utah's air quality is poor to encourage people to get out of their cars and onto the bus. We know that when we offer UTA without fares, we get an increased ridership, he said. So if we want to clean up our air, let's provide alternative means to driving cars and trucks. Public transportation should be free. Yes, I agree.
Agreed.
Let's see. One more story here. Oh, this is good. Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's fixer or procurer. She says she will no longer fight to keep the names of 8 John Does secret and will leave it to the court to decide whether the names of these men should be unsealed. This is according to a January 12th letter to federal judge Loretta Preska of the Southern District of New York. The documents containing the names are connected to a 2015 defamation case brought by Virginia Roberts Guerre, who claimed that Epstein sexually abused her while she was a minor, and that Maxwell aided in that case. Remember, she's the one who also claims that Prince Andrew had sex with her. So, Ghislaine Maxwell, she has been able to keep those names secret. She has them, and she, everybody knows she has those names and maybe more, but she hasn't been forced to give them up. Now she says she's willingly giving them up. What do you think the court will do?
That's the big question.
Now, it's the Southern District of New York, so it's a pretty liberal federal court. Will they release the names, or maybe will they go,
well,
these names are too prominent? And
it depends on who it is.
It depends on who it is and what we're talking. I've read too many Daredevil comics to know that the juries can be bought, and so can judges. And,
well, I don't know.
Bought or threatened.
I don't know even if maybe the thinking would be it would cause too much chaos if we release these names. It would cause.
Well, then cry havoc and let loose the dogs of chaos. Let's let it happen. I don't care who it is. They need to go.
I don't know when the federal judge, Loretta Preska, is going to make the decision about the names, but you want to speculate who's on there? Eight names.
I mean, I think some of them have been circulated already.
Like who?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to defame anybody.
Well, you're not. It's just speculation. And if the names have been circulated, you're not. I mean, what's his name? The lawyer, Dershowitz.
Yeah, we know Dershowitz has
Bill
been
Clinton.
hanging. Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Trump.
Trump, yeah. They've all been on. It's documented that they've all been on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. And Alan Dershowitz, famed Harvard lawyer, has gone so far as to say, "I like massages,
and I left my underwear on."
Yeah,
I always do. I'm never naked. Just a weird comment.
All right.
My wife knows that's what I like.
All right.
Weather traffic.
Oh, and Prince Andrew doesn't sweat. That's the other one.
Oh, Bill Gates is one too, apparently.
Don't you remember that, Gina? He said, so the woman this Virginia who's accusing Prince Andrew said, I remember it very vividly. He sweat profusely during our encounter. And when he gave his controversial interview to BBC, he said, well, That's not me. He said, I have a medical condition and I don't sweat. That's bull crap.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Well, areas of fog, which is affecting traffic, by the way, and then that fog just kind of lingers in the air as the inversion haze for the next several days, unfortunately. Air quality is not great. I suggest you go to the website Purple Air if you want to see what the air quality is like where you are. It's a really good, easy-to-read website to tell you about air quality and make your decisions about whether you're going to be exercising outside or not today. Probably by Thursday, that won't be a good idea for anybody. Thursday night into Friday, there's about a 40% chance of a storm coming in to hopefully clear some of this out. But for the next couple days, not so much. Traffic, we have traffic stopped by Highway Patrol south on I-15 in Murray due to this crash at 45th South, blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder. So there was this earlier, I think I just read it was a fatality, this incident on eastbound Bangor Highway. All traffic forced to go I-15 southbound traffic is backed in all directions there. Just avoid Bangor.
That was a car fire, a big car
It's
fire.
bad.
Yeah.
And going to take another hour or two at least to investigate that and get that reopened. So avoid Bangor if you can, which I know is difficult for many of you as you're traveling this morning. Let me see if there's anything that folks have texted into us. Nope, but if you see something and you want to share it with friends of the program, please send it in to us. 33986 is where you do that.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, you got to admit she's going to get a lot of hits. This is just bizarre. A reckless Canadian woman appeared to be taking a selfie while standing on top of her car as it sank into a river of ice. Photos taken from the shore of the Rideau River in Ottawa, the Rideau River in Ottawa, show the unidentified woman in a red winter coat, and maybe we have that picture at x96.com/live, apparently nonchalantly snapping a quick selfie of herself while standing, that's redundant, while standing on the back window of the yellow automobile that is mostly submerged in the water and slowly sinking.
X96.com/live. You can see it.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
She's on top of the car. She's going in, a concerned resident says in the video, as two people can be seen preparing to send a kayak over the ice to reach the woman. In a follow-up video, the woman can be seen safely inside the kayak as a man pulls her and the boat with a rope to the thicker part of the ice closer to shore. A man tells the woman, who was now standing on the ice, seemingly unfazed by the whole ordeal, "Don't go toward the car. Come in here. Come this way." A video from another neighbor's backyard shows the vehicle speeding on the ice moments before it was stopped and started sinking. And then after the woman is safe, you can see the car just sink down and go in under the ice.
But she got a lot of hits, so...
Well, that's right. You got to admit she's going to get a lot of hits. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I'm going to put him in the Boner Hall of Fame, so that's something. It means that I'll never nominate him again because, I'm tired of him. Ted Nugent, whining and whining and whining about being snubbed by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Boner candidate number 2, I include this boner candidate only because, like Kerry Jackson, he's a Salem man, a Utah man, a Salem, Utah man, running from cops, taking off his clothes, running into the freezing river where he was for 2 hours. He's now he suffered from severe hypothermia. And boner candidate number 3, you got to admit, she's going to get a lot of hits.
All right. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Then round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Send that winner to Boner Dome as well. Then those 2 will face each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20, and that's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. So right now, pick one of these three to send forward from this round one. So remember your candidates, 1, 2, or 3. Remember the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth. Our phones are working. 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 18, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round one.
Here's what Carrie and Bill are doing when they're not on the air in the distant future. The year 2525.
Oh, hello, boys.
Oh, hello there, Chunga. It's about time you showed up.
Sorry. Still got about an hour before airtime, though, boys. Thought maybe I'd change the brine in your pickle vats before we start the show.
Yeah, good idea. Mine's kind of reesty and cloudy. I mean, I can barely see you through the glass. Yeah, and my liquid isn't conducting the electrical impulses I need to blink my eyes.
You guys are amazing. I don't know of any other guys in radio who could have lost their bodies to disease, have their heads preserved in vats through the miracle of cryogenic science, and still go on with the show. I bow in the presence of greatness.
Yeah, and if I still had an ass, you'd be kissing it right now, buddy. Hey, come on, leave the kid alone. All right. He won't change the brine before we have to go on the air if you keep insulting him. Hey, any word on when our audio animatronic bodies are going to be ready, Chunga?
Well, I called Disney and they apologized for the mix-up with the last bodies they sent you boys. But Bill, I thought you looked pretty cool with your head on Little Mermaid body.
I wasn't any better off with that body than I am as just a disembodied head in a pickle vat. Who could walk on that tail?
Yeah, the Country Bear Jamboree body they sent me was ridiculous. I think Bill and I are going to be much happier when they send the Chip and Dale bodies.
God, ain't technology wonderful?
You said it, brother.
Only here in the year 2525 could two disembodied heads kept alive in pickle vats do a radio show.
And still come out to be about number 15 in the ratings.
Do you guys mind if I wait to change your fluid? I gotta go to the head.
The head. Real funny. What a comedian.
What?
Oh, nothing. Hey, watch out. You're jostling my back.
Out!
Help, pick me up. I'm going to die.
Hey, now maybe I can get a full-time gig on the Radio from Hell show. I knew someday I'd get ahead.
Get ahead. Now that's funny, Chunga.
Funny.
All right, time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is made possible in part by a really delicious sausage and tortellini soup.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
Wow. Really, really just even voting among the three candidates. Boner candidate number one, I'm going to put him in the Boner Hall of Fame, so that's something. Ted Nugent, Sweaty Teddy, complaining about not being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Boner candidate number two, I include this boner candidate because, like Harry Jackson, he's a Salem man, a Salem, Utah man, stripping off all his clothes, running from the cops, ending up in a freezing river. And boner candidate number three, you got to admit she's going to get a lot of hits. This woman taking a selfie of herself, which is redundant, taking a selfie while she's standing on her car that is slowly sinking into the ice of a river. That's boner candidate number three. And the voting, 59 votes for one, 53 votes for another one, 65 votes for the winner.
Kind of even.
Which was, Ted Nugent, boner candidate number one.
Really?
Yep.
Well,
I would have voted for number three, but there you go.
There you go. All right, there's your winner of round one. It goes forward. It might be boner of the day. Round two happening at 8:20 with three more candidates and another winner there. Both winners sent to Boner Dome at 9:20. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day. That's when Boner Fight happens.
You had something about funerals you wanted to talk about, Gina.
Yeah, I thought we were doing that next hour, but I can certainly do that here.
Okay.
So my dad passed away over the Christmas holiday, as
I heard
we've
that.
talked about. And COVID makes that difficult to plan a proper.
Even for somebody famous like Tom Barberi.
Well, in some ways, it's harder for him because there's so many people that have reached out to me about, please let me know if something's going on with your dad, because I would love to be part of that. So more people want to be involved in that, and it just doesn't seem smart to have an event
a big
Yeah.
memorial service.
It's not a good idea.
But then is it weird to do it, a couple months from now? Is that weird to go, remember, he died
I
a
don't
long
think
time
so.
ago, but we're going to have a...
I don't think so.
So we're trying to decide. We've talked about maybe doing something in March because his birthday's in March. I mean, he loved St. Patrick's Day, something like that. But even now I'm looking at COVID going, I don't know if things are going to be any better in March. It's just hard to plan it.
Yeah.
But you want to do something. But while we're having these conversations, it's made me rethink my position on my own funeral.
Mm-hmm.
You have a position on your own funeral?
Because we've talked about it before on this show.
What is
And
your position?
My position has always been, I don't care, I'm gone. Whatever y'all want to do is fine. And now I realize that's the cruelest thing you can possibly do.
What?
Because as much as your family gets along, nobody agrees on what should happen.
That's true.
Well, that's their problem.
So I have gone from I don't care to I am going to very specifically, not because I care, but because I care about them, I am going to lay it out. Here is exactly what I want to happen. Don't deviate from this. This is what I think you should do. And that way when they get together, they'll be like, well, this is what I wanted to do, but this is what Mom wanted, so this is what we'll do.
Carrie?
Do them an even extra bigger favor, and that is pay for everything in advance.
For sure, yeah.
Because
not only...
you see, when Mom died, it was all up in the air. We didn't expect it. Dad made the plan, and he's like, this is paid for, this is done, this is how it will be done. And we went, okay, there you go. And it
There's
was
no
easy.
arguing about
Gina, I guarantee you, that someone in your family will take that piece of paper that you've laid out this all on and go, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this. I
Mom
don't care what she wanted. You know what she was like. She didn't know what she wanted. I'm telling you. She didn't know what she wanted. I mean, mums, only mums? No. That's not going to happen.
It's funny the things people get, that feel strongly about. And they can, not in my family specifically, but I know other families who have said, this person wanted to be cremated. They said that multiple times, and then the family members are like, no, we can't do that.
That happened with
reasons or
that
whatever.
happened with my brother. He wanted to be cremated. He'd said that many times. Everybody in the family agreed except for his mother, my mother, who had reservations. And finally, she said, "Yeah, oh, you guys are right. I've heard him say that."
It was the same with Jeff. He told everybody, including his family, that he wanted to be cremated, but it wasn't in writing. And so, Mom,
that's what I'm saying. I want to.
Mom stepped in, and so we wound up burying him in the Salem cemetery.
Oh, really? I guess I'd forgotten that against his wishes.
He wanted to be cremated, but they buried him next to his brother in the Salem cemetery.
I can understand his mother wanting that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we weren't going to argue with her.
The alternative to that too is, of course, what happened with my brother's. His cremains were given to us. I got some of them. My sister got some of them. But there is still a headstone, and I think some small portion of his ashes were put in that in a burial plot at the cemetery, in the Ogden Cemetery.
So it's because some people need a place with a marker. I need some place that I can go and pay my respects.
And when I write down, I want you to flush my ashes down the toilet. That's where you can go to pay your respects every morning when you do your business.
Thinking about you, Bill.
Just give me a little thought as you let it go in the morning, okay? That's all I ask.
And, of course, our family law person, Wade Taylor, our lawyer, weighing in.
Hi,
says,
Wade.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't let somebody make major decisions for you in your life, don't let them make decisions for you when you are dead. Do estate planning.
And I guess Wade would probably know, and
he does this.
That it can be pretty ironclad if you do it.
Well, and if you got somebody like a Wade who is there to say, nope, this is what you wanted, this is what we arranged,
So, Wade, you'll be hearing from Gina.
Yeah, I need an appointment for my wishes.
I want to know if Wade, if you would respond to this, if you can. If I said my wish was, and I was steadfast about it, and I put it down in writing, flush my ashes down a toilet. I don't care which toilet.
No? Why wouldn't you pick a toilet? Pick a toilet.
As a matter of fact, why don't you take... Because I'll bet the ashes, there's too much of them. It would clog up one toilet. So what you do is, you take them to your individual homes and several toilets and flush them.
Sure.
Could I insist on that? And
you could. Wade told me you can insist on anything.
I think I'm going to do that.
And Sue texting in, I want my body donated to the body farm so it can be studied for forensics. Yeah. Are you okay with no remains? She's so adorable thinking she's going to go before me. Isn't that cute? That's so cute.
That is cute.
All right. Traffic, Gina.
It's not cute, this traffic. Avoid Bangor at I-15. It is closed, both eastbound and westbound over I-15. Everyone heading east will be forced onto I-15 southbound. Delays are stretching back to the railroad tracks. Ramps to and from northbound I-15 are also closed. This is causing delays from Bluffdale to Draper. It is just a mess. This was an earlier car fire with a fatality, I believe, and it's taken them a while to clean it up. So avoid Bangor at all costs. Let's see if there's anything besides that. Southbound I-15 in Murray at about 45th South. There was a crash there earlier, but the big issue is Bangor Highway, so avoid that. That's traffic.
And Wade Taylor, absolutely, we can flush them.
Okay.
Wade says, I want to be cremated on a funeral pyre. Colorado will do that.
Really?
And,
Yeah, and
Sue
then,
said,
like a Viking, they push you on
Yeah.
a boat out
Yeah.
out into the ocean.
And Sue says, I don't want to be cremated because of the environmental effects. Heard a news story that the pollution of the air is about the same as a burial. Oh, okay.
Wade just texted me and said, "I will personally flush them if you want." Thanks, Wade.
All right.
You're a pal.
KXRK Provo, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Speaking of funerals, our son Kyle coming up after this.
Stop! Don't do that. Jeez.
Stand by for that coming up. X96.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant.
Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skill.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker. The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
All right. Is this a sponsored feature?
just dive right in.
Okay, thank you very much.
There was a boy, a very strange enchanted boy.
Some time ago, we found out that our son, Kyle Brown, was very ill. He has ALS, and that's when you hear Kyle speak, that's what affects his speech. He sounds like you're not really drunk, are you, Kyle?
I wish.
This is the result of ALS, and it is a fatal condition, unfortunately. But it's great that we've made contact again, Kyle, and we haven't talked to you in a week. How are you feeling, first of all?
I'm okay. Speaking of being drunk, so there's a medication I've been on for about 2 weeks that one of my people made for me, and I was texting with them over the weekend saying, you take 1.75 milliliters, so like a dropper on your tongue, a larger dropper. And I said, yeah, it burns. It's like I'm taking a shot of vodka. And he said, well, it is 99% vodka.
Oh, 99%.
With just a little medication added in, huh?
Yeah, the vodka's a stabilizer, so every morning I take a shot.
Yeah.
That's what Sherry's been saying for years, that vodka's a stabilizer.
So it's 1% medicine and then 99% medicine. So it's daddy's medicine, I should say.
Yes.
Yeah. Does it make you feel any better, Kyle?
It's supposed to help with my speaking ability.
I think it has. We've noticed a difference the last couple of weeks.
I'm sorry, Kyle. I didn't understand what you just said.
Let me take another shot.
There you go.
There you go. So what else is going on in your life, Kyle?
You were just talking about your wishes when you die, which coincidentally, I have been too. And
you
know what I thought about doing, like for real, is a scavenger hunt for my belongings.
For your belongings?
Like leaving. See, when I die, I want like family and close friends in a room and a sketchy attorney to read off my last wishes.
Sketchy attorney. Okay.
Like Better Call Saul. You want a Better Call Saul guide?
Yeah. And, I'm going to have him play a video of me that I'll pre-record and, giving instructions. It may not all be nice. I may get, some things out. And then, hey, if you want my car, here's the first key, or the first clue to where the keys are hidden.
I like it.
Now, Kyle, I think it's a good idea. You ought to really get on that before you die, though. You
make these elaborate.
Oh yeah, all worth it. And then at the end, come to find out I haven't died. It's just elaborate scheme to see who really loves me.
There you go.
Wait a minute. This is just an episode of Magnum P.I.
Or
But
the plot of
I
It's
really
a
am going to
mad
do
world. Yeah. I think you should, Kyle. I think that's a great idea.
I thought you were saying you were going to have a scavenger hunt for parts of your body.
No, I wanted to sell those off. They're good. It's good stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
Kyle's in good shape except for the ALS.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
in
did you get any? Somebody in the texted us and wants to know if you got any donations for you to come back and haunt people.
I've not set up the website yet, but I really want to. And my web's like, I don't know if that's legal. And I'm like, what's illegal about it?
Yeah.
Well, Well, the fact that that it's bull crap and you probably can't come back.
You don't know that it's bull crap, Bill.
Yeah.
I pretty much do.
I'll bet it's not illegal. I mean, if you can
I'll
take.
leave a disclaimer saying if I can.
Yeah. If I can come back.
Exactly. I mean, if these fortune tellers and mediums who claim that they can speak to the dead can take money, and why isn't it? You could do that. It seems legal to me.
Right. That's what I thought.
Kyle, have you considered donating your body to the University of Utah? I've got my letter right here. I made the application and sent it in, and they sent me a letter back saying, Mr. Allred will be happy to collect your body when you die and use it for medical research. And the beauty of that is there's no funeral costs for your family, nothing. They take care of it all, and then when they're done using you, they cremate you and then give the ashes to your family or put you in a memorial or something, whatever your choice is. So, have you considered that?
I know I did, because I heard that you did that, and I don't know that my family wants that.
Okay.
I will donate, organs and stuff. But as for the rest, we're still a little undecided.
Yeah, my family didn't care. As a matter of fact, they said, "Can you include a date certain on that?"
We like to plan.
Yeah,
and that would be helpful.
Yeah, I said, "Well, no, I don't think so." But it's interesting when the organ donation stuff. When my brother died. We called in the people, I think it's Donate Utah. Is that what it's called? Anyway, so they come in and make an assessment. And my brother was not really a very healthy person. He'd spent a lot of years smoking, and he was overweight. So there was not a lot they could use, but there was some they could use. Like I think it was corneas and things like that. So it's a kind of an interesting process where they come in and make an evaluation. So get ready for that.
All right, yeah. But they won't want my corneas, but whatever else, have at it.
Yeah. So how about the Ironman? Is that still a go?
Yeah, I did some training this weekend in southern Utah. It didn't go as well as I'd hoped. I'm dying, so I'm not doing too good. And so the training was rough, but we're still hoping for that.
When is it again?
May 7th.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
and coming up next Thursday, I'll remind you next week, but on the Outdoor Network, next Thursday, January 27th, 6 p.m. our time, is the Iron Man documentary from September that has me as one of the features in it.
Oh yeah, remind us next week.
Yeah, remind us, and I'll watch
post a
it
link
for sure.
to it.
Yeah, we'll want to watch that. Absolutely, we will.
All right. Well, we're at that uncomfortable time, Kyle.
Let me get my nurse in here. Hit that button right when I say hit that button.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Kyle Brown.
And the texter points out, what's going to happen? He's going to get sued for not haunting?
Yeah. I paid for this, and it never happened.
We were talking about cremation, and somebody earlier had texted, my grandmother's ashes were in a house that burned down.
Ooh.
Poor grandma.
All right. There you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Just going to remind you again about the nastiness on Bangor. Avoid it at I-15. It is closed both eastbound and westbound over I-15. Everyone heading east will be forced onto I-15 southbound. Delays stretch back to the railroad tracks. Ramps to and from northbound I-15 are also closed. They're causing delays from Bluffdale to Draper. Just an earlier car fire that has messed things up on Bangor for a while now. Avoid it if you can. That's traffic.
Boner's round 2 coming up here. The candidates we're considering this time. Boner candidate number 1, This is my hairball. I call him Hoss. Boner candidate number 2, you know, they believe that because they're dumb. And boner candidate number 3, can I smoke a little meth first?
Boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. UtahAdvocates.com. You can go there any time of day and using the chat feature anonymously talk to a lawyer and find out if you have a case.
Yeah. If you've been injured and you're stressed out about your accident, the advocates want you to be able to rest and get back on your feet physically, emotionally, mentally, and financially. If they take your case, they don't charge you anything, and they help you with those things too. As a matter of fact, they'll help you get home health care if you need that. They'll make sure that you're taken care of, and so you don't have to worry about stuff if they take your case. So,
well, and you don't know how to negotiate with the insurance companies. That's all they do. Let them handle it. Get them involved.
Exactly.
As early on in the process as you can. You don't pay a dime until they get you the settlement you deserve. You just need to call them, 801-355-5550, or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Okay, 8:17 right now. Everybody all right?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you bet.
Sure.
Yeah, just fine.
I don't know. Neither
No
of you
worries.
very convincing. I'm sorry.
Well, that's because it's not true. And I'm not a good liar. In truth, I am not a good liar, which is why I seldom lie about anything.
You never lie and you're always right?
Well,
It's in our mission statement.
I know. I'm not always right, but I very seldom tell a lie. Because I learned early on, my mother would go, Billy, when I told her something, well, my watch stopped, Mom.
My watch stopped.
Yeah, that's why I'm late. My watch stopped.
It's broken.
Billy, really? No.
Do we need to start calling you Billy?
If you suspect I'm lying about something, sure.
Okay, let's see how that works out.
Okay, all right.
The staff reminds us, though, there is some good news today.
What's that?
What is that?
It's Taco Tuesday. So,
as a matter of fact, I'm making
planning
tacos.
You're planning tacos?
Tacos for dinner.
I just need to run to get a bag of cheap tacos at the drive-thru.
Actually, I make tostadas, but it's just a flat taco.
It's not a taco.
Yep, taco.
It's
Tacos are different
Tostada
things.
Tuesday.
Tostadas are too hard to eat.
It's a two-handed thing.
They crack apart and the filling goes everywhere.
So don't waste your time.
But you can get more stuff on it. That's the point.
But you can always have another taco. You can make
But again, you got all that stuff on top, but you can't get your mouth around it, and it breaks, and then it all falls on the plate, and you with a fork, and that's just the pain. With taco, right there, just boom, boom.
And you know what doesn't break? I get the corn tortillas and I fry them on the stove, and they're kind of soft and
See, I don't go to that trouble, and I hate the smell of. Because just when you buy the taco shells that are already made, they don't taste very good.
No,
and
but
they
you make
break
them,
too.
you cook them. That's what we do.
Well, maybe I'll do that today. I never do that. Maybe I will.
All right. Well, let's get to round 2 of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward and face off against the winner of round 1's voting, and possibly become boner of the day. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's where we're going to send the winner of this round forward to face off against the winner of round 1. So here we go. You've got to choose strategically here in this round 2. So here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You could fit so many tacos in the Radio from Hell tote bag. You couldn't eat the number of tacos that could fit in the Radio from Hell tote bag.
I could. All right, here's boner candidate number 1. This is my hairball. I call him Hoss. I hope we have the picture of this.
Me too.
An Ohio-based hairstylist has spent the last 9 years of his life creating the world's largest human hairball out of cut hair of his clients. Steve Warden owns and operates a salon named Blockers in Cambridge, Ohio. In 2013, after his youngest child went off to college, he embarked on a quest to break the Guinness World Record for the largest ball of human hair. And last month, he did just that.
Oh,
Hoss the hairball weighs a whopping 225.13 pounds.
Wow.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see this hairball.
This hairball, as lumps of human hair constantly are being added to it. Hoss is expected to keep growing for many years to come. Warden's 4 children had been begging him for years to make a ball of human hair. Daddy, will you make a ball of human hair, please?
Stop asking me to do that.
Large enough to be featured in the Ripley's, believe it or not. In 2013, the hairstylist decided to finally do it. He started collecting the cut hair of clients in a salon in Cambridge, installed a chute on the floor connected to a trash can in the salon's basement, where he swept the cut hair on the floor. It went straight down into his growing collection. And then he forms it into a ball. He says, I put gloves on, I grab a bunch of hair and kind of form it into a ball. And it just,
it's
and
gross.
it looks disgusting. It is disgusting. Boner candidate number 1. This is my hairball. I call him Hoss. There's boner candidate number 2, which is, excuse me. There we go. They believe that because they're dumb. Apparently, there is no conspiracy theory too wild for some QAnon followers. Case in point, members of a QAnon group based in Dallas have floated the theory that John F. Kennedy is not only alive, but he disguised himself as former President Donald Trump over the weekend to attend a rally in Florence, Arizona. As evidence, the group's leader, Michael Protzman, claims Trump appeared to be a little shorter than he should have been. You could just tell that wasn't Trump, Protzman said in an interview, referring to a moment where the former president invited gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake up on stage.
Let's just suspend some disbelief for a second. Let's say JFK came back from the dead. Let's just say he did. Why would he pretend to be Trump and go? Why would he?
Gina, let me pause at this. Let me pause at this. Let's not pretend that, okay? However, Ron Watkins, who many people believe started the QAnon movement, claimed there was no body double at the rally. Now, Kennedy wasn't the only dead celebrity supposed to be there supporting Trump's baseless claims of election fraud in Arizona. One of Protzman's followers, this QAnon people, claimed that she saw Tupac Shakur and Kobe Bryant in the crowd.
Both?
And one of them, another person said, I think I saw Carolyn Kennedy there too. You know, QAnon followers, they believe this stuff because they're dumb. They're just dumb.
I heard someone describe it actually, and it was they described it perfectly. If you know something that no one else knows, it makes you feel smart. And that's what's so appealing about these conspiracy theories is it's because you have knowledge that no one else has. Whether it's correct or not, that's not the argument. It's you know something that they don't know, and it makes you seem smart.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Can I smoke a little meth first?
Yeah.
That's number 3 coming up.
You've got
What?
about 6 minutes.
Well, I know. I got to do the news now.
Yeah.
That's what we do here, right?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and I'll read the sponsor, and then we'll do it.
Okay.
Big boy news coming up right now, brought to you by.
Come in from the cold and warm up to some of your favorite rock bands like U2, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and more. Take a visual acoustic trip in the Dome at Clark Planetarium every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
Well, John Cena, Peacemaker, he's not going to be a father anytime soon, he says. He was on the Drew Barrymore show this week on Monday, and the Peacemaker, I don't know why they say the Vacation Friends star here. Vacation Friends, have you ever even heard of that?
Vacation Friends is a movie. Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, was it any good?
It was actually kind of funny.
Anyway, Cena, who's 44, shared why he believes fatherhood is not the right move for him at the moment. The topic was brought up on the show after host and actress Drew Barrymore, host and actress, man, these people are bad writers, pointed out that John Cena has granted more than 600 wishes for children through the organization Make-A-Wish. And she suggested that Cena would be a great father because he's done all of that. Well, Cena talked about how he currently has a lot on his plate, including being the best husband he can to his wife. I really enjoy my life. It's hard work. It's hard to work to balance the time I need to run myself correctly. It's hard to be the best husband I can be to loving my wife. It's hard to keep connections with those in my life that I love. And it's also hard to put in an honest day's work. And then he said, I think the reason I really can't be a father right now is just I don't have the passion for it.
I'm glad he says that out loud. So many people, I think, have babies because they feel like they're supposed to.
Yeah, he said you shouldn't do it just to do it,
Well, didn't the Pope or somebody just release a statement saying that people who don't have kids are selfish?
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. Well, then let's get the Pope versus John Cena. I would pay to see that.
And George Clooney,
Jim Clumby,
has recently stated that it's a struggle to have some of his movies shown in theaters. Now, the reason for that probably is because they're not very commercially viable, but
They're small movies. They're character studies. They're
Clooney has been one of Hollywood's biggest stars for decades, and at any given time has several movies or TV projects in development. In addition to his latest directorial effort, The Tender Bar, which, by the way, I didn't realize he directed that. That's getting very good reviews. It's going to be released on Amazon Prime. I think it already has. Clooney has also been recently in Australia filming a new romantic comedy with Julia Roberts called Ticket to Paradise. But he says, I really like directing, and but it's, my films are, I don't know, I guess it's because they're small. Theater owners say, well, we're not really interested in your type of film.
Now, he says in the interview, this was before COVID, that he was experiencing this.
Yeah.
Which is kind of where I think and I agree with him, because he says later in the article, he says movies like these are probably not going to be in theaters someday.
Yeah, theaters will be for your Marvel movies and your big, loud
events. Your big event movies are for theaters, and then the smaller ones. He says the streaming services are just eating up our smaller films, and they love it. So,
and documentaries are good on streaming services as well.
Yeah.
Well, Utah has the third in the nation, the third highest daily coronavirus case rate, with the Omicron variant pushing infection numbers to the highest point ever in the pandemic. And making matters more complicated, it's gotten harder over the past 2 years for state and local officials to take action on containing disease spread, as Utah lawmakers, frustrated by pandemic restrictions, have redistributed the state's emergency powers. In the wake of changes, efforts to enforce mask orders have been largely undermined or overturned. The way it's supposed to work, and the way it was supposed to work, was that if the county health department says something, that's pretty much law. We think that this must be done, and it must be done immediately. And in the past, it's been, they have the power to do that. Well,
they are the most qualified people to make that decision. It makes sense.
Well, the legislature has said, no, we can't have that because it's not good for business.
And that's not true either, because businesses, and there was that article in the Tribune a couple days ago, restaurants specifically, but other businesses too, saying the mask mandate is good for business. It makes it easier for us to do our jobs. Please, thank you. Keep the mask mandate. So stop saying it's bad for business.
Even if enough people build natural immunity to COVID-19 by catching the highly contagious Omicron variant, Dr. Fauci says it's too soon to say if this is going to spell an end to the pandemic. Some people are theorizing that. On Monday, Fauci, President Biden's top medical advisor for COVID, was asked if this may be the year that the virus becomes endemic, meaning that it is still circulating, but it doesn't disrupt society. While Omicron seems to cause less severe disease than other variants, Dr. Fauci said the sheer volume of cases could have a meaningful effect on collective immunity. He says it's an open question as to whether or not Omicron is going to be the live virus vaccination that everyone is hoping for, because you have such a great deal of variability with the new variants emerging. I would hope it's the case, he said, but that would only be the case if we don't get another variant that eludes immune response. Dr. Fauci says the evolution of the pandemic is still an open question. The answer is we do not know. I mean, cases do seem to be leveling off in New York and other parts of the Northeast, but we don't know for sure. The airlines are warning that if AT&T and Verizon, the two biggest cell phone providers, if you see all of these ads that say 5Gs, we have 5G, we have 5. It hasn't been implemented yet
widely. There are some areas, but
If you may have a phone that's 5G capable, but the chances are that you're not getting 5G. 2 days now before Verizon and AT&T plan to deploy more segments of their new 5G internet technology, leaders of the nation's largest air carriers have warned that thousands of flights could be grounded by interference from the technology and that the nation's commerce will grind to a halt. In unusually sharp terms, the airline industry implied in a letter to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg that Verizon and AT&T's plans could add to disruptions in the global shipping network that have fueled inflation. High-speed 5G internet uses a so-called C-band frequency, which is close to those used by aircraft to measure their altitude. The airlines say that the technology can interfere with the instruments and create a serious safety hazard. Verizon and AT&T have argued that the aviation industry had years to upgrade any equipment that might be affected. That may be the case, but if they haven't done it, then should you go ahead and deploy all of it?
There are countries, I think Great Britain is one of them, that has already figured out how to deal with this, and they are not allowed to have those 5G towers within a certain radius of
Wouldn't
an
it
airport.
Wouldn't it be a shame if they had to come and take out some of those ugly 5G towers that they just put up with with never a care about? I mean, they were within their rights to do it. Verizon and AT&T and whoever did it put those black 5G towers up, but they're horrible looking. I don't know. Let's see a couple of other quick stories here. This is a little over a year after the violent attack on the Capitol. Threats targeting lawmakers have only increased, alongside a surge of violent speech shared online and even inside the Capitol building. Threats against lawmakers have reached an all-time high of 9,600, according to U.S. Capitol Police. The risk was brought to the forefront just Thursday when Capitol Police officers arrested a Michigan woman who they said showed up outside their headquarters with multiple guns, saying, "I want to talk about the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol." But some of the violence directed at lawmakers are coming from their own colleagues in Congress. Representative Paul Gosar was censured and removed from committees after posting an animated video of him killing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene last week suggested using Second Amendment rights to defend against Democrats.
So you can say anything, apparently, and still be a congressperson. You can say whatever you like.
Taking away Paul Gosar's, all of his committee assignments, pretty well means he's only a congressman in name.
But why aren't the Republicans insisting that they resign? You know, like they did. I know we bring up Al Franken all the time, but why don't they do that?
Because they want, and they believe this will happen, and unfortunately I believe it will happen, they want to really gain control of the entire legislature.
They do.
And by having a majority, and they think that's going to happen at the midterm elections, and I think they may be right. And the only way that you can stop any of this madness is if the Democrats have a majority, so that they can end Republicans attempting to stifle voting.
They stifle voting through their legislation and through threats from their mob. Yeah. They are not discouraging the mob because that's how they get things done. Is if we can get enough people to threaten people on the school board, they'll quit, and then we'll have our own people in there. That's and it all came.
All right, yeah, get them out. Try not to hurt them. If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it. If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously.
Yep.
There you go. And finally this.
Finally.
An employee of Sotheby's Dubai, Sotheby's is the big auction house, have presented a 555.55 carat black diamond called the Enigma to be auctioned
this
at...
sounds like Infinity Stone stuff, Carrie.
No,
This
it sounds to me like the Mission Impossible folks are going to try and get it.
Yeah.
There is not anything like it in the world. They think it came from outer space.
See, huh?
The rare gem was shown off on Monday to journalists as part of a tour of Dubai. It is there's a picture of it, and it's it's huge. I don't know what you do with it.
You kill off half of humanity. That's what you do with it. That's what happens.
I think we ought to keep what's his name there from bidding on it then.
Thanos?
Thanos.
No bidding from Thanos?
No, Thanos is not allowed to bid on it. But he'll have one of his agents there to bid on it. All right.
The children of Thanos welcome you, and you will be welcomed in the great hereafter. Because, sorry.
All right, that's good.
Weather, traffic, sports, if you want
to. Yeah, sure. Just the Jazz. Ooh.
What?
Yeah. Just no.
What?
Well, we don't need to talk about it. Let's look ahead to the future of them playing the Rockets tomorrow at 7. Yeah, we don't need to talk about it. It's the Lakers.
Oh, okay.
You don't need to talk about that. NFL last night, we had the Arizona Cardinals and the Los Angeles Rams, and the Rams ran all over the Cardinals. 34-11 was the final score there. Weather is gunky. The air quality is terrible and getting worse. Probably by Thursday, they're going to say unhealthy for everybody to breathe outside by Thursday. Patchy fog in the mornings, and then the haze just hangs out all day. Now, Thursday night into Friday, there is a 40 to 50% chance of a storm coming through that will clear that out a little bit. But between now and then, try to avoid driving too much if you can. Good news, though, Bangor Highway is now open. Delays are clearing out, but still remain on eastbound 146 South and Draper to get onto I-15 northbound, but that's been closed for several hours, so good news that they have finally opened that up. You're just going to see some residual delays in that area. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent any traffic in there. Nope, but if you see something and it's safe for you to text, you can always send that in, 33986.
All right, here we go. This is boner candidate number 3. Can I smoke? Would you mind? Would it be okay if I smoked a little meth first? Huh? Kennewick, Washington. A Kennewick man is now behind bars after police said that they confronted him in a stolen car where he proceeded to smoke meth and then tried to run from officers. Kennewick police responded to the crime. There was an unlicensed vehicle there. Officers said a 28-year-old man from Kennewick was in the car, which was later determined to be stolen. Authorities said that they asked the man to get out of the car. He refused. He said, I'll get out in a second, but would you mind if I smoke some meth first? Police said he then lit a smoking device used to ingest methamphetamine. The man smoked meth while officers continued to tell him to get out of the car. He refused, continued to smoke the meth. Police said the driver then started the car and took off eastbound on 1st Avenue toward Olympia. The suspect failed to stop at a stop sign, lost control of the car, hit a parked car in a driveway, and yes, finally they were able to make an arrest. He got out of the car and took off on foot even, but the cops finally caught up with him and arrested him. Boner candidate number 3. Would you mind? Can I smoke a little meth first?
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. This is my hairball. I call him Hoss. This is a Ohio salon owner who has created the world's largest hairball, the hair of his customers, and it's gross, and he named it Hoss. Boner candidate number 2, they believe that because they're dumb. Some QAnon followers believing that JFK Jr., I think it was, came back to life and disguised himself as Trump at an Arizona rally. And boner candidate number 3, can I smoke a little meth first?
Okay. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome, goes up against the winner of round one's voting. You'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20. Right now, before you do that, we got to send a second contestant into the ring. So here we go with round two. Choose 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, January 18, 2022, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This be round 2. HasterGames.com, or better yet, 6831 South State Street in Salt Lake. Haster has been doing the gaming thing longer than just about anybody, I believe. They have the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, miniatures, and all the other traditional family board games as well. It's not just these, I mean, they specialize in these specific ones, but they also carry a large line of just your, what I would call pedestrian, family games.
Yeah.
Winter days can get monotonous, and you don't want to be out in this air after all. So go and take a look at Haster. In products, this stock they have this week, they have the highly requested BattleTech miniatures with multiple different miniature kits for a bunch of different BattleTech forces, as well as rules supplements for the game. And the new Pokemon release is now available. Eevee's Evolution VMAX boxes. These boxes contain packs of Pokemon as well as gorgeous alternate art cards of Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. Stock is limited, so they encourage coming by to grab one before they are gone. The new mask mandate's in effect. Haster recommending masks for in the store, requiring masks if you intend to come and stay and play games, which you can. And they also still will do the curbside delivery if you're just a little bit, cautious. 6831 South State Street. Haster has it.
I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah, they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding,
all right,
Howard,
all
not
right.
my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
Okay, it's 8:49 right now, and time to award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a Vizzy seltzer, hard seltzer. Vizzy, the brand I drink.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, now serving brunch Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays till 3 p.m. Enjoy Gracie's award-winning heated patio, live music. Gracie's located at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
There was a clear-cut winner here today.
Really?
In this round. Wasn't even like the last round. The hairball, number 1, 5 votes only. Number 3, can I smoke a little meth? 38 votes. That means that number 2, the QAnon people, they believe that because they're dumb, with 102 votes, wins round 2.
There you go. That is the winner of round 2. It is now qualified to be boner of the day. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. Well, we'll find out at 9:20 when we take the 2 winners, put them against each other, and you'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. Now, coming up just after 9, we have our second word in our 1K a day contest. Yes, we're giving away $1,000 a day, and we're not lying to you. We're telling you true. We're asking you to listen to the station longer than you normally would in exchange for chances, more chances to win $1,000 a day.
Well, we're also doing that to benefit you, because if you listen to the station longer, you get more fabulous entertainment.
We want you to get as much as you possibly can.
If somebody came to you and says, we're giving away $1,000 today, here's an entry form. Oh, that's great. You've entered once.
Right.
But what if you could enter 6 times?
Yeah.
If the guy said, here's 5 more. Don't tell anybody. Well, we're telling everybody. You have 6 chances to enter to win. And it's all on the odd number hours. At 7, 9, and 11, and then 1, 3, and 5. Different word every time, 6 words.
So not only, if you do all of that and listen and go to all of those 6, not only are you getting the 6 hours worth of entertainment from a 4-hour morning show, that's Radio from Hell, 4 hours, but we pack in 6 hours worth of entertainment into that, and then you're getting all of that extra entertainment for the rest of the day. It's an overload almost.
I can't contribute to the entertainment right now because I'm shopping.
What?
For what?
I'm on the Carhartt website.
Gonna buy yourself some overhauls?
Need a big thick coat
to wear up there at the ranch.
Yeah, I'm a farmer. I know. Yeah. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I'm a farmer.
You sure are.
And we're a family of farmers.
You are.
And we were up there this weekend, and Muhammad was going to go for a horseback ride with his uncle. And he did not have the proper farm winter horseback riding coat to wear.
You know why that is? Because he's a dirt farmer. That's what you guys are. You're dirt farmers. I don't even know why he's getting on a horse.
So, but the other reason I wanted to shop on Carhartt, and you may have seen this in the news, is they came out and said, by the way, if you want to work here, you have to be vaccinated. We don't care what the Supreme Court says.
Oh, really? Oh.
And so, and you would think Carhartt, that's the outdoorsy worker people clothes. They probably aren't going to insist that people be No, you have to be vaccinated if you want to work there. So I would like to not only keep my son warm, I would like to support this company.
I got news for you, Gina. Carhartt has been adopted by, the hippies. I mean, the liberal intelligentsia.
Is it fashionable now?
Yes,
it's
Carhartt became fashionable.
Well, I know a lot of the hip hop artists have embraced it as well. You see Carhartt logos on their jackets.
Yeah.
So all the time.
I don't know
how smart of Carhartt though to go just beyond the the working in the farms people and spread that around.
I don't know. What I think is going to happen though is that you dirt farmers are going to start turning against Carhartt.
Why are you calling us dirt farmers?
Because that's what you are.
Farmers. No, we're tree farmers.
What do trees grow in?
Well, then by that metric, every farmer is a dirt farmer.
No.
No.
No. There are farmers who raise cattle. They don't grow in the dirt.
No, they're ranchers.
Ranchers.
Yes, Gary.
That's a
They're
rancher.
ranchers. They're ranchers.
If
Not
you're a
farmers.
farmer, you grow things in the dirt. All farmers are dirt farmers.
Well, if they raise crops, yeah. You're a dirt farmer.
Right.
Not as good as a rancher. You're not as good as somebody who raises horses. You're a dirt farmer. Haven't you ever heard that term? It is in fact a derogatory term that, if you look it up, it's an Old West
Is this
derogatory
something you learned
term.
on Yellowstone? I'm not to that
No.
episode yet.
Yeah, I'm not watching
Sounds
that
like
redneck fever dream show. I'm just not going to do it.
No, it's not. It's not something I learned on Yellowstone. It's
Okay.
something that I think I heard Gary Cooper say it in some old movie. Look it up. Dirt farmer. Yeah, a farmer who ekes out a living from a farm on poor land, typically without any help from hired labor. It's a derogatory term.
Okay.
You're a dirt farmer.
I will own that I'm a dirt farmer then.
You're eking out a living on poor land?
Well, we don't have help, so I guess.
It's a matter of time. You'll have somebody up there growing them trees for you.
If I can find someone to do it, I will.
Yeah, see?
Make it go. Make the trees go.
Okay, so if it's cattle rancher and dirt farmer, what do you call somebody who has a dairy?
Dairy farmer.
Oh.
I don't know.
This is a good question.
Not using that dirt farmer logic.
It's a dairy farmer. I'm telling you. Why, you should know that. You were on a dairy farm.
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying that you're mistaken, is what I'm saying.
No, it's okay. Dairy farmer. DAIRYFARMER. Dairy farmer. Let's see. What does a dairy farmer? It's a class of agricultural farmer for long-term production of milk. What does a dairy farmer
milk.
do?
Yeah.
What does a dairy farmer do? Dairy farmers care for cows that supply milk and oversee the harvesting of their milk.
I didn't need to look it up to know these things.
So it's a dairy. Well, you tell me I'm mistaken when I say there's such thing as a dairy farmer.
I didn't say that. I said you using the dirt farmer logic was wrong. I asked you, what about dairy farmers?
You know what? I could afford
Because there
to
are
be
farmers and ranchers with your earlier.
There are farmers and
I could
ranchers
afford to
and
be a dairy farmer if I won the $1,000 a day on the.
So is Gina a tree farmer?
You could. Maybe I'm a tree rancher.
See,
maybe I'll do that.
That's what I'm saying is that she's a tree farmer.
You could say she's a tree farmer, but I wanted to insult her. That's why I said she was a dirt
That's
farmer.
what this is all about.
It's an insult.
If you'd have just said that early on, all right.
I did. I said it's an insult.
No, that you were insulting Gina. You just said it was an insult. You were just kind of.
Well, I said to Gina, "You're nothing but a dirt farmer." Doesn't that sound like an insult?
Well, it's hard to say with you sometimes.
Coming up, we've got another word in our $1,000 a day cash bribe giveaway. In mere moments, we're going to give you another word.
Right after these messages, your second word of the day, and potty break, and boner fights, and all of that stuff. Your wellness check coming up. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast. You get free Wendy's beverage when you buy a Wendy's breakfast sandwich. Now, this is for a limited time. This is so you got to take advantage of it while it's here. Wendy's breakfast sandwich, delicious. They are superior to any breakfast sandwich out there, and this even helps it make it superior. Get to your nearest Wendy's drive-through during breakfast hours. Buy your Wendy's breakfast sandwich. We're talking any of the great sandwiches that they have: the Baconator, the croissant sandwich, the butter chicken biscuit. And you'll get any size drink in a Wendy's cup for free. If they can serve it in a Wendy's cup, they're going to give it to you for free. Limited time only at participating Wendy's during breakfast hours. Offer can't be combined with any other mobile offer, not valid for third-party delivery orders, but you just go up and say, I'll have and choose your breakfast sandwich. And they say, what would you like to drink with that? Hey, if you're a coffee, you'd say, I'll have coffee. It's free. If you like soda, ask for a large because it's free. It's that simple. So hit your Wendy's drive-through and get your beverage with your breakfast sandwich for free.
I was yesterday. I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located, and a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said, "Is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I just assume you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
Here's your second keyword of the day in the 1K a day cash bribe. You've got several opportunities to enter, but you have to have the keyword each hour to enter. 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5. That's when we read the keywords to you. And then you text them to 33986 to enter to win the $1,000. The keyword for the 9 o'clock hour is corduroy. 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 I'll spell that one more time because spelling counts. Corduroy. Corduroy. Text that to 33986.
Wow.
That's a hard word.
That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
And want to congrat Ashley Perkins for winning. When did she win, Todd? Friday? It was Friday,
she was
right?
the winner from Friday. I contacted her yesterday, but yeah, she was stoked. She's a big listener of the radio station, so that was pretty awesome.
Oh, there we go.
$1,000, huh? Wow.
$1,000 a day.
Excellent.
Well, there's your second word right now. Oh, it is Todd.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
Because
Thursday turns with Todd on X96. Ready for mail.
Todd is the program director, Todd Newcomb, program director of X96, and on Tuesdays he likes to bring us some music and play it for us. What song you got in your pocket today, Todd?
Well, this one, and we're really off to a pretty good start for 2022 in new music. Brand new stuff from the band Muse. This arrived Thursday, and we featured it over the weekend for our new music weekend. But man, like, I'm a big fan of Muse. I love these guys, and this song just makes me so happy.
Mm-hmm.
You got to play it loud, though. It's just it rocks.
it's a rocker, yeah.
We were having a Muse discussion last week, and I was trying to eke out a Muse song that I really liked, and I couldn't quite do it, and all I could come up with was, and somebody said, listen a little more closely, Bill. It's Madness, the song you're thinking of. And they were right. It is. It was. I like that song a lot, "Madness" by Muse. But what's this one called?
This one is called "Won't Stand Down," and it just gets going. And man, they rock like hell.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's get right to it. An X96 favorite, one of our favorite bands, Muse. They've been around for longer than you think, folks. Muse, brand new one. It's Tuesday Tunes with Todd. The name of the song is Won't Stand Down, X96.
Sturdy. Spell it with me now. S-T-U-R-D-Y. And now we'll use it in a little bit of dialogue, starring as our Utah friends LeVar and LeGrand. The scene takes place in LeGrand's family room as this conversation ensues. Again, the word is sturdy.
A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Well, that does it. Took a lot of work to get the old family room ready for Christmas, but there's still one very important thing I got to do, LeVar, to make sure Christmas goes off without a hitch.
Well, what could you have possibly left out, LeGrand? I mean, the whole room looks like it jumped out of Good Housekeeping's Christmas issue.
Thanks.
I mean, the tree is up and beautifully decorated. There's mistletoe and holly wreaths in all the right places.
Don't stand under that mistletoe.
Oh, all right. And the stockings are hung by the chimbley with care.
Yeah.
What possibly could you have left out?
Well, just come on over here by the fireplace, LeVar. Come and take a good look inside the fireplace and tell me what you see.
Looks like an ordinary chimbley to me.
Look at all that soot. If I don't do something about all that soot, Sandy will pass us by this year.
I don't follow what you're saying.
Well, sturdy. The fireplace sturdy. That soot's nearly a half-inch thick.
Well, that's what happens with all the smoke. The chimbley gets sturdy.
Well, you know how particular and health-smart Sandy is.
Yeah.
Sandy won't come down any chimbley sturdy.
Me too. I feel the same way that Santa does.
Huh?
I mean, me neither. I won't come down a chimbley sturdy neither. That's funny.
You playing Sandy somewhere here in town, LeVar? I can't imagine you as a Santa Claus.
Oh, I'm a great Santa, LeGrand. I got a big bag of goodies, if you know what I mean.
No.
A big bag to stuff down the chimbley. But only if it's clean.
I better call someone to come over and clean this year chimbley, or Sandy won't come.
Stop it! You're killing me.
What?
Who are you gonna call? You gonna
well-
call one of them doctors that specializes in chimblies? Maybe he could prescribe a shot of penicillin to clean it out.
No, I'm just going to call a chimbley sweep. He'll bring a big, long brush and then climb up on top and shove it down the flue.
Well, that sounds painful.
You know, LeVar, sometimes you really puzzle me.
Shove it down the flue.
Wow.
Yep.
I like it. I like it.
This texter sums it up pretty good. New Muse, a punch in the throat. Amazing.
Nice. They're a great band to see
yes.
live too. They're great live.
Oh yeah, one of the best live bands like I've ever seen. I mean, and I've seen a lot of live bands in my time, and I mean it's spectacular every time, and they always kind of reinvent their live performance and just take it up another level. And you know, I think the speculation with Muse is that there probably is an album on the way. I mean,
yeah,
you know, when bands start releasing new songs, you know what's coming, and then maybe even a tour eventually. We'll see how this goes, but that's my expert opinion on what Muse has for us in the future.
You know what is we can say everything we can that's great about Muse, but there is one thing we have to say that's kind of negative. They're no Pablo Cruz.
That's true.
You know,
Well, I mean,
there are no Pablo Cruz.
who is? Other than the Little River Band, maybe. But
Okay, well, Todd, thank you very much.
yes.
See you in well, I won't see you at the meeting, but everybody else will.
oh, you're
Oh,
going to
good.
miss
We
out
can
on
talk
so
about.
much fun.
We can talk about Bill in the meeting, Todd. Let's
I would
let's make a
expect
meeting
no
all
less.
about Bill.
I'm sure that every time I'm not there, people talk behind my back. I'm sure of it.
All right, brand new Muse. That's Won't Stand Down. That's the name of the song. So listen for it here on X96. Thank you, Todd.
Bye.
Thursday turns with Todd on X96. Ready for Bill.
Can't remember. I can't remember the circumstances, but I remember my friend Chris, who I was in his car. It was in California, and we were driving along, and he had some Muse on, and I said, "Oh, I like this." And he goes, "Well, have you ever heard of Muse?" I just went, "Son."
Does he know where you work?
I said, "Son, don't you?" I actually stole from Bill. Don't you know who I am? No, it's funny how people think this is a new band, and I'm like, no, they've been around for a long time.
Yep, they have.
Oh, all right. Let's see. I saw Muse at USANA, and Texter says yes.
I saw them at the Maverick Center. They were great.
Yes.
Oh, someone said, not a fan of Muse, so I muted the radio. Unmuted right at the end of the song. Damn it, that sounded good. Yeah, give it.
See? Yeah.
Don't be so quick to dismiss.
Exactly.
Give it a minute.
Dismiss Muse at your own peril, ladies and gentlemen.
Tuesday Tunes with Todd is all about. Is learning about new music, and that's always good. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way, a reasonable amount of news, our wellness check, all that and more coming up. X96.
Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly. And it says, hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes me my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the three. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked at this point. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really? Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh no, it says Gumthrie.
Gumthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin. Yeah.
Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radio time.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
Oh, I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When you weren't here?
Yeah. Today, says Matt, it says subject, hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front, and this blood's for you on the back. Of course it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes.
It was Craig.
Craig was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, we have some really interesting people working here. They continued to mumble about how interesting I am, and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is.
Well,
here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank you.
contact her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Matt Timian,
Oh,
our intern.
him and Marianne.
Matt and Marianne.
How nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want. Have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can't throw him. I can throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant more.
No.
$9:18 right now. So we do have Boner Fight coming up here in just a few moments. Before that, we have a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by
X96 welcomes Spoon to the complex on May 25th. You can listen all week to our friend, your buddy, your pal, Nick Davis, for your chance to go see them live. For more information, go to x96.com.
The robe worn by Muhammad Ali in the lead up to his famous 1965 fight with Sonny Liston, is up for auction. And TMZ Sports has learned it's such a rare piece of boxing history, it could sell for over $500,000. Wow. Ali donned the robe on his way to the ring in his rematch with Liston, which many consider to be one of the most memorable fights ever. Ali,
it's the picture you think of when you think of Muhammad Ali. That's the most
no doubt
iconic picture.
You've seen that picture of the KO where he's standing over Liston. Now, the first Liston-Clay fight was kind of shrouded in controversy because I think it was the 7th round. Sonny Liston just refused to come out of his corner. He seemed to be fine. He hadn't been knocked down in the fight. He'd been fighting well, but I think it was the 7th round. He just sat there, and the bell rang, and he went, "Oh, not doing it." And everybody thought, "What the hell?" So they had another match, and they called it the Phantom Punch when Ali knocked Liston out in the 2nd round. They said it was a Phantom Punch because. And you couldn't really almost see it. But when you slow it down, he hit him, and he hit him pretty solidly. But Ali was so fast with his fists at that time. Yeah, it was just, and Sonny Liston was, he was a bruiser. He was a big guy. He was tough. He was the world heavyweight champion, and he'd been in prison for murder, as I recall. He was a tough guy, not to be fooled with, but Muhammad Ali stood up to him. And the other thing about that fight was that Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay had decided he was going to join the Nation of Islam and change his name to Muhammad Ali. And he started saying, "Please refer to me as Muhammad Ali. Cassius Clay is dead." And Sonny Liston refused. He'd always call him Cassius Clay. And so throughout that second fight, Muhammad Ali, when he'd hit him, he'd say, "Call me by my name. Call me by my name." And then when he was knocked out and down on the ground, that's what he was saying to him when he was standing over him. He says, "Now call me by my name." So, and he never referred to himself as Cassius Clay again after that. I don't know why I know all of that. He was kind of a hero of mine.
Yeah.
I was a little kid when those two fights, very young when those two fights were. And I remember you couldn't see them on TV. They were, they were too big to be broadcast on TV, too much money involved. But there was on the radio, you could hear a round-by-round account of what was going on. I don't think they were doing blow-by-blow, but they would do a summary of each round on the radio, and I was at church at Mutual.
You were to Mutual?
I was to Mutual, and kept trying to listen to the radio to hear what was going on with that fight. I was just fascinated by it. A couple of years in now, and Utah's had medical cannabis, and the program has been going along, and it has seen substantial growth, but an annual report last year found the number of active card holders had more than tripled, which says people want the medical marijuana, and pharmacies in the state had more than doubled. But despite the expansion of the program, patients are still having a difficult time accessing the medicinal cannabis due to renewal and product costs. Zachary King lives in Bountiful, for instance. Years ago, he was in a paintball accident. He's in chronic pain. He has been a medical marijuana card holder for 2 years. He pays out of pocket for his doctor's appointments and medicine. He says it's expensive to access the cannabis. It's almost like we're incentivized to go back to our pharmaceuticals rather than utilize the cannabis option because it's so much more affordable with the insurance, that is the chemical stuff, than with all the other things. It is kind of, so I have one of those licenses or whatever. Yeah, I guess it's a license. and it is kind of confusing to get it, and they make you renew it, like all the. I think mine might have gone out of date, and I haven't noticed that it's gone out of date.
They purposely make it confusing, and they purposely make it hard to renew it. They want you to get discouraged and throw your hands up and just ask for, the little blues.
Oh yeah, here's mine. It expired in February of 2021, so I can't get.
Bill, that means it's been a while for you.
Well, I haven't. I'm not. I tried it. I'm not a huge fan.
Did it not help you in the way you had hoped?
Yeah, no, it didn't. And I was afraid I'd become addicted. Anyway, that's people are having trouble with it, and they should make it more accessible. Now, when you have the license, and I've gone to the cannabis store, they're really nice. And once you have it and you go in there, they're very helpful and they're very nice, and you can get product. Although I wish there should be more variety. There's not a great variety, at least the last time I went.
It's still easier to get Oxy.
Yeah.
That's the real crime.
Yeah. Masses of mooses.
We had moose at our farm. There's a mama moose and a baby moose in the yard this weekend, and I didn't want to let Riley out without a leash because I was afraid she was going to get stomped.
There are a lot of them around. It's been and the Division of Wildlife Resources, they're trying to keep them off the road. They find them wandering on the freeway a lot in Parley's Canyon. They said we just try to sort of gently nudge them off the freeway and back up into the. I had 2 deer in my backyard again this weekend. I went out to take the trash out, and I said, "What is that down at the end of the driveway moving?" 2 really beautiful small deer. No, I guess they were probably does, no antlers, and they were shy, and they saw me coming, and they didn't run. They just moved kind of slowly into my neighbor's yard, and then I went and kind of around the fence and looked at them in the neighbor's yard, and they just kind of looked at me like, "You're not coming for us, are you?" And I wasn't, but I worry about them because I live on a busy street, and I'm afraid they're going to get creamed. The midterms are coming up with the Biden, and the Biden White House is worried about midterm elections. It's about 10 months away, but President Joe Biden's administration and allies already foresee a scenario in which the Republicans take the House of Representatives or the Senate or both, and then what happens? They start launching investigations into Joe Biden and trying to impeach him.
Well, yeah, they shut down the January 6th committee, and then they start investigating the committee, and
they're going to try and impeach Joe Biden. They've said as much.
They'll find something.
They're going to find something.
Yeah,
They'll try to find something.
It'll just be lack of faith in him. That's all that they need. Yeah. That's why the midterms are very important. It's like the direction of the country will be decided these midterms.
Now, don't forget, and we may not have to worry about that because today at 2:51 Mountain Time, 2:51 p.m. Mountain Time, there's this big asteroid headed for us.
Okay, that's good. That'll take care of things.
It's classified as a near-Earth object by NASA, and it will be making its closest approach to our planet for the next 200 years. Isn't it weird? Asteroids are on their own orbit, and they have their own path, and they know that it will make its orbit or whatever it does, and it'll be back to pass by or hit the Earth 200 years from now.
'Cause math.
Yeah, I can't figure any of that stuff out. But it'll be close enough to the Earth, 1.2 million miles away, that if you have just a cheap, small telescope, you should be able to see it. And so if you want to know how to do that, you need to go to Eyes on Asteroid. That's the website. Eyes on Asteroid. They're tracking it, and you'll be able to check out when it approaches and passes by the Earth. Also, there's a website, Earth Sky. And if you don't have a telescope, just go to Virtual Telescopes Project live stream. Okay? Is that all enough? It's going to come really close, but not hit the Earth, they think. They're pretty sure. They can't be 100% sure, but they're pretty sure. So at 2:51 p.m. Mountain Time this afternoon.
This is
Don't
cool.
look up. Oh, which one did you go to? Eyes on
Eyes on Asteroids. That's cool.
What is it? Well, tell us what it does. Tell us what it does.
It's a live countdown, and you can see there's a picture of the Earth, and it's showing you the trajectory of this asteroid coming.
Oh, a
in.
countdown. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
All right.
I'm going there now.
Cool.
There you go.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Yeah, I have to do Boner Fight first, and then I'm going to go look and see how close the asteroid is to hitting this. All right, we go with the winner from round 1, matching up against the winner from round 2. So round 1's winner was titled, I'm going to put him in the Boner Hall of Fame, so that's something. It's Ted Nugent, Sweaty Teddy, whining and moaning again that he hasn't been included in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and he really deserves it. Well, no, you really don't, Ted, and you don't even deserve to be a boner candidate ever again from this day forward, but you are number 1 today. Going up against number 2, they believe that because they're dumb. Some QAnon followers believing that John F. Kennedy, I think it was John F. Kennedy Jr., believing that he's alive, and he disguised himself as former President Trump over the weekend at the rally in Florence, Arizona. He disguised himself because Trump looked a little shorter, so I know that was John Kennedy Jr. They believe that because they're dumb, ladies and gentlemen. That's
there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one should be Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth and use your voice. Just call 877-602-9696 and tell the producers in the booth who you want to vote for. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Fight, January 18, 2022, and vote there. Now, chances are when you go to x96.com, you won't see that box right away because we just put it up there. Refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click on it and vote for Boner of the Day for today. You have until the end of these messages. You better hurry, though. It's a short amount of time. X96. Let's award a boner of the day.
And that's brought to you by a sausage and spinach and kale, sausage and spinach and tortellini soup, which was really, really good.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, now serving brunch Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays till 3 p.m. Enjoy Gracie's award-winning heated patio and live music. Gracie's is located at the corner of 3rd South, West Temple, adults only.
Not much of a fight. It's time, finally. Teddy Nugent got what was coming to him. He lost this round. And just like he lost any chance of getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, my guess is the more he whines and moans about it, the less likely he is to ever get in.
I agree.
So, and he's never going to be nominated for a boner candidate by me again. Well, never is I think Carrie suggested. It's a strong word.
Yeah.
There might be some outrageous circumstance.
Yeah, he's capable of a lot of bad behavior yet. So,
but the winner, clear cut.
Don't speak so fast.
Clear cut winner, the QAnon people.
There you go. That's the winner of Boner of the Day for January 18, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie. And
The following is a sponsored feature.
let's get Jenna on the phone.
That's Jenna Jackson is with us. She is with...
Hi.
Hi, Jenna. Nightingale College. It's a college of nursing.
Nightingale.edu is the website you can go to find all about how being a nurse would be a great idea for you.
Hey Jenna, just as a side note, is it still the ratio of men and women nurses? Is it still how much is it more women than men?
I don't know the exact ratio, but it's definitely predominantly female.
Yeah, but you see more and more male nurses in the business, and I think that's great. Anyway, let's get on with what we're talking about here. You say here it's the season for flu and getting colds and COVID.
Oh yeah, that.
Just one of the things.
Little thing.
Yeah. So what are some of the things you're talking about? Immunity boosting tips. How you can boost your immunity.
So because there's so many, flu, colds, and these days COVID variants, I don't know if you guys have heard of something called Omicron or not, but that's going around.
Yeah.
So it certainly leads to a lot of misinformation, cycling about how to naturally boost your immune system. So I wanted to break it down for everybody in a few easy science-based tips so that everyone can be equipped to reduce their risk of contracting viruses and being prepared to fight them off more effectively.
All right, well, get to it then.
All right, let's walk through it. So first and foremost, a balanced diet, but primarily the main players here are vitamins A, C, and E, along with the minerals zinc and iron. These are going to be the most important players for immunity boosting, but without you can really reduce your immunity just by having any nutrient deficiency. So at the end of the day, it's best if you can take a multivitamin, especially if you're not eating a lot of fruits and vegetables on a regular basis, so that you can be prepared and your body is ready to fight off those viruses.
And most doctors are recommending now that you take vitamin E at the very least for some reason.
Yeah, and it's great to take a vitamin like that in an isolated form in certain cases, but vitamins and minerals really need each other to work properly. So I would recommend taking them together. And with hydration, too, staying hydrated is a major part of boosting your immunity. 64 ounces of water a day at minimum. Obviously, on days that you're more active or days that are warmer, you're going to need a lot more than that.
Okay.
Regular exercise and movement. So this really means 30 minutes of movement 5 times a week. This can boost your immunity a lot. So people who are more sedentary tend to get sick more often. Your body's just going to be more equipped to fight off disease with regular movement, as well as sleeping 7 to 9 hours per night.
Now, wait a minute. Do you really mean with regular exercise, do you really mean 30 minutes a day for 5 days a week? Is that what you really mean?
I really mean that. Yeah, that's like minimum.
Every 5 days. Really?
5 days, yeah. You can walk 30 minutes. You can break that up into 2 15-minute walks. That's easy.
All right.
I believe in you. Yeah.
Okay. And sleep.
And sleep 7 to 9 hours per night is ideal. Your body needs that time to reset, recalibrate, refresh.
Is that why Gina keeps getting sick? Is that?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you sleeping right now?
No, I never get 7 to 9 hours. I need to work on that.
Carrie, Carrie's very, strict, rigid with himself about when he goes to bed and how much sleep he gets. How many hours do you sleep a night?
I would say at least 8.5.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm scheduled for 8.5, but I wind up getting up to let the dogs out a couple of times a night. So.
And I get up. I schedule myself for 7 hours, and I probably usually get 6.5.
That's pretty good, though. A lot of people I talk to are only sleeping about 5 hours a night. And so we can't really talk about the rest of these things unless, we figure out the sleep situation first.
Okay,
so
we got to go here pretty quick, so just run through the rest of them really fast.
Yep, wrap them up. So managing stress and anxiety, which we're going to talk more about next time in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And as always, make sure you're washing your hands, wear a mask, and get vaccinated and boosted if you have not already.
All right. Jenna Jameson, Nightingale College. Nightingale.
Jackson. Jenna Jackson.
Jenna Jackson. What did I say?
Don't.
Did I say Jameson?
Yes, you did.
That's very
sure
different.
did.
I'm sorry. I know you're not a porn star.
That's very different.
Jenna Jackson. She was in the news the other day, and she was talking.
Whatever.
Anyway,
right.
thank you, Jenna.
All right, Jenna.
You're welcome.
NightingaleCollege.edu.
Thank you.
Bill, you need to get more sleep so you don't make mistakes like that.
Exactly. There you go. We will take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits after these. WGU.edu. It's Western Governors University.
Yeah, it's an online university, and it was an online university before online education became something that we almost have to do. Western Governors University, you can personalize it and get a degree, and you can do it from home. Western Governors University is fully accredited. It's affordable and flexible based on your schedule. It fits any schedule. You can work around your professional life or family obligations. Now, Western Governors University is offering Year of You Scholarship. You can get up to $2,500 toward an already affordable tuition. Open now through March 31st to apply for that. WGU.edu is where you go to find out more about Western Governors University, and there's a disclaimer here which I've forgotten to do. Here it is. Western Governors University, the University of You, online accredited and affordable.
Learn more at WGU.edu.
Yeah.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Mancow.
sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord, fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No, anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then
How curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went, oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, hey.
X96.3 and X96.com.
All right. 9:52 right now.
Stephen Colbert said it's a new kind of erectile dysfunction. I mean, isn't there just one kind of erectile dysfunction?
I think
it either
you can have
functions
all
or it
sorts of
doesn't.
Trouble.
Well, I mean, it either functions or it doesn't. It either gets erectile or it doesn't get erectile, right?
Well,
I mean, there can be new.
Do we really
causes.
want to have this conversation?
He's a dirt farmer.
There can be new causes, but not an. But I mean,
it can malfunction in different ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
There isn't only one way it can malfunction.
But there's one word there: erectile. It's either erectile or it's not.
I don't want to have this conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, then how about this? There's only 31 days left till AlphaCon comes to Salt Lake.
Is that really a thing?
Yes.
I can find nothing about it. I've looked into it, and there's nothing.
I've got a big ad for it right here.
Yeah, but do you have anything else?
Well,
I can find nothing. I've seen that ad.
Yeah.
But I've gone to the Grand America website for upcoming events. I've tried to go to alphacon.com. I see nothing other than that ad. I can find no other evidence of it.
Well, let me see here. I'm trying to see if I can find anything quickly.
I don't think you can.
Here's
alpha male men, like a convention of them. I find no other evidence other than that same ad we've all seen about. I could be wrong. I would love someone to point me in the direction, but I see no website. I see no.
It does look like a joke. I have to admit that.
But I can't. And I was hoping it was a joke, but I wanted to find more information about it. I can find nothing else about it.
Well, you're
So
not
I'm
looking in the right place. You know why. This is the slab, and I'm going to be there speaking about
Miriam
about
says,
succulents. I have a whole thing about succulents that I will
oh,
be
here it
doing
is. Miriam found a website for AlphaCon. She just texted me, and I clicked on it. Here it is. Reserve your executive spot today. It's officialalphainfluence.com.
Oh, Alpha Influence. Maybe
Yeah.
that's
officialalphainfluence.com. And yeah, here it is.
Hmm.
Here they are.
Oh,
all
so
the
it's-
featured speakers.
Mm-hmm.
It is real. Yeah.
Huh.
Buy your
All
ticket
right.
for a huge discount. How much are the tickets? That's what I want to see. Advanced purchase pricing. It's got here. These are people that are coming, so Jeremiah Evans, who's the CEO of Alpha Influence, CEO of Lightspeed VTV, Brad Lee, Tim Ballard, that Underground Railroad guy,
who is sketchy.
The VIP tickets are $3,000.
Well, okay. You know, if you want to get up close and personal and be able to touch some of these alpha males.
You can't afford to miss my seminar on succulents at AlphaCon.
You can just get a regular, a regular old general admission ticket for $97.
Yeah, but good luck being in the back with the betas who can't hear my discussion about succulents. I'm the slab.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Thanks, Miriam, for finding that
thanks,
for us.
Miriam.
Apparently, it is real. I'm going to try and do a little research into who these guys are, because other than Tim Ballard, I have heard of none of them.
There's one of the guys who, he keeps putting himself in front of it, who's organizing it, is a guy who calls himself the Bull. He is
Yeah.
apparently local and has very few followers on Instagram and Twitter.
Well, it says, here's a guy that's part of it, Jimmy Rex, who claims to be Utah's #1 realtor.
Oh, really?
Never heard of him.
Yeah, no, I
Jimmy
don't think
Rex, huh?
Jimmy Rex.
Listen,
there's
all
a
you have to
woman.
do, that's one of the things we'll teach you at AlphaCon, is you just need to say that you're #1, and then people will believe it, and then it happens magically.
There's a woman. There wasn't on that the first thing we saw, but there's a woman involved. Her name is Jocelyn Harward. She's the COO of Harward Media.
Again, never heard of it. But
No.
There's a texter.
this isn't for me. That's why I couldn't find it.
There's a texter that says, don't they understand that a room full of alphas is not going to accomplish a damn thing?
I think it'll probably smell kind of weird, too.
It'll smell like Axe body spray.
I just don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm set. I'm
Thanks,
31
Miriam,
days.
for finding that, because I was suspicious that it wasn't even happening. But I guess it's a
31
thing.
days. I'm excited. Yeah, the Bull. There he is, the Bull.
He's got all pink cheeks. He's so cute.
Oh, there's a whole Twitter about it.
Yeah.
No, I'm done. I'm out.
Well,
It's not
you
for
know,
me,
It's not for you.
obviously, so-
It's for guys like me. You know,
No,
alpha
it's not for you.
males.
It's not for you're not. It's not for you. There's nobody affiliated with this show that this is.
How dare
for.
you? How dare you insult me like that? If I were in the room with you, I'd hit you.
I've got a seminar coming up about the importance of doilies. That's going to be at AlphaCon.
Importance of doilies.
Doilies?
Call me Jack the Slab.
You mean those little things you put on your couch?
Yes.
The importance of doilies.
It's very important.
Okay. Well, I'm excited.
Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Well, that'd be nice, except I've misplaced it. Eric, hang on 1 second. I'm sorry.
If you're a real man, you'd keep track of your promo, Bill.
Yeah. I'm an alpha male. Shut up.
See, I'm going to go to AlphaCon and I'm going to go stand out in front of the men's room and I'm going to say, "Where are you going, pansy? A real man can hold his urine." I'll just do that. That'll be my participation with AlphaCon.
I think you'd last about 30 seconds. All right, here we go.
Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
The X96 1K a day cash bribe is back at 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. We'll have a keyword for you on the odd hours. Have your phones ready to play.
But just before that, at 6:45, it's Things That Must Go, and you still have time to send us your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com.
And you know who's going to be back and joining us at 7:45? Dr. Cobble to answer your COVID and vaccine questions, so be ready to call in.
It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right, it's good enough. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Do you know who I am?
I guess I'm a dirt farmer.
Corey is next.